Yep.
Oh, it's 6 o'clock. All right, it is 6 o'clock here in council chambers. I will call to order this meeting of the Liquor Control Board. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Deputy Mayor Bryn O'Cleaf.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I see Jenny getting into the hot seat.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So these are the all renewal liquor licenses. Staff has no concerns. The ones that are conditional are awaiting inspections.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Given no staff concerns, I don't have any questions, council.
None.
All right. In that case, I will seek a motion to approve.
So moved.
All those in favor? What? Oh,
Second.
is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
That completes our Liquor Control Board meeting. The time is 6:01 p.m. I will now call into order the Winooski City Council meeting. We will start with agenda review. Does anybody have anything to review on today's agenda?
No.
All right. We will move on then to public comment. This period is reserved for comments and questions on topics that are not included in tonight's agenda. If you have a comment on something in tonight's agenda, there will be a time during that agenda item for public comment. I will now, nobody in the room with public comment, I believe, but no. Is there anybody on Zoom? If you have a comment that you'd like to make and you're on Zoom, if you just raise your hand. Okay, seeing nothing, we will move on from public comment to our consent agenda. On today's consent agenda, we have our City Council meeting minutes of January 12th, accounts payable warrant of January 15th, and the Community Services Grant application, EPA Brownfields Cleanup Grant 2026. Any concerns with the consent agenda? All right, I will seek a motion to approve then.
So moved. Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone abstaining?
Aye.
All right, the consent agenda is approved. Thank you. Council reports. Where did I start last week? I forgot. Let's start with Al.
Okay. Excuse me. The Safe, Healthy, and Connected People Commission had a meeting on the 13th at the library where architects went over the renderings for the upcoming renovation of the library and the O'Brien Center. And it was honestly incredible for the community to be able to offer feedback. And if anyone wants to see those renderings, I know they can reach out to myself or Nate or Ray. Nate, the library director, and Ray of Community Services. The architect firm is very open to that. That's it.
Awesome, thank you. Let's see.
The Housing Commission has canceled its January meeting due to lack of topics, and will reconvene to have a joint meeting with Planning Commission on Thursday, February 26th at 6:30 here at City Hall.
Wonderful. Deputy Mayor?
The Municipal Infrastructure Commission met on Thursday, January 15th. We reviewed the EV planning grant update and draft readiness plan report. We also reviewed the latest traffic calming evaluation for West Street and covered general updates for budget.
I have no updates at this time.
Wonderful. All right. I met with the Finance Commission. Finance Commission in their meeting just before we make our budget decisions usually looks over the budget options tool. Finance acknowledged one thing that was really nice to hear, I think, for the work that we're about to do, is just the difficulty in determining, one, what is a need versus what is a want, and trying to weigh what we would have to put forward to taxpayers. They went over the entire tool and tried to narrow down all of the different options that are there. They landed at the end of their hour-and-a-half meeting at a 15.6% tax increase. That is by no means what they were endorsing or recommending that we approve. However, it just noted the difficulty of what we have to do when we are looking at all of those very important different line items and bringing it to a point that is sustainable for the taxpayer. I asked each of the members if they could list one item on the budget tool that they thought that would be their most important thing that we focus on. 2 people said the Economic Development Director. 2 people said anything that is a hard infrastructure ask. 1 person said the HRA funding, and another person said the staff raises. Again, all with the caveat that I think they all liked all of those things and more, but I did give them the hard task of just picking one item. So yeah, it was a really nice discussion, and I think I sent you all the tool just so you could see what it was that they ended up taking out and leaving in. Yeah. Planning Commission didn't meet since we all met last, but they will be meeting this Thursday. And with that, city updates.
The fiscal year 2027 budget process, as the mayor was alluding to, does continue tonight. With all department presentations completed, the city council will use this meeting and the next meeting, potentially, to discuss the overall budget. To view the full proposed budget and the remaining meeting opportunities to provide feedback, please visit winooskivt.gov/FY27. That's F as in fiscal. And speaking of those opportunities, everyone in Winooski is invited to the Community Winter Supper event on Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026, from 5 to 7 p.m. That will be in the lobby of the Winooski School District. Please come join your neighbors to build community, enjoy free restaurant catering from businesses on Main Street and elsewhere, connect with city council and school board members, learn about the city and school district budgets, and have a great time. We've packed in a lot to the event, to name just some of what you can expect. Community members can try the city's budget activity, check out a Winooski fire truck, hopefully, get creative with an art project, register to vote, sign up for summer programs, apply for a city job, learn about school clubs and programs, and lots more. Residents, voters, students, and families are encouraged to attend. For full details, visit winooskivt.gov/supper and be sure to share the event with your friends and neighbors. And in case you missed some of our recent updates, visit winooskivt.gov/news to learn more about the blood drive at the Senior Center on January 30, licensing your dog before April 1st, how to access an interpreter in a Winooski government building, the deadline to run for Winooski City Council and Winooski School Board, and apply for an open seat on the Finance Commission.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, so we'll move on to our regular items. Our first item tonight is the Downtown Winooski Annual Report.
I brought friends with me this time.
It's always good to travel with friends.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. And for the record, my name is Melissa Corbin. I am the Executive Director of Downtown Winooski, and I have my colleague, Sarah.
I'm Sarah Brunkhorst. I'm the event coordinator and market manager for Downtown Winooski.
And we have our board chair, Laura Wade. And she's multiple business owner in Winooski. So we put together a slide deck for you all that you received ahead of time, and so I want to be mindful of your time and the really big task that you have taking a look at all of your budget items. And so we're not going to go through every single item by bullet point in the presentation, but there are 1 or 2 slides that I'd like to read. The first one is our organization. There are some individuals that are new to Downtown Winooski and being part of our
Melissa,
group.
I'm so sorry. Do
Yeah.
you mind pausing a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Is it possible to bring the presentation up on the screen?
Paul,
call.
could you grab it off of the cover sheet? It's just linked.
Thank you for waiting.
No, thank you for, I was too busy looking down and looking over that I didn't realize that you were not looking at what was down in front of me. So thank you.
And just in this moment over pause, so I don't want to interrupt, but in terms of sharing microphones, for accessibility for the folks on Zoom, if you could speak directly into the microphone.
Okay, so when we switch,
If you
move.
need to move it at all, please feel free to do so.
Okay, great. We're gonna switch it up a couple of times, so we'll make sure that we move it. Can you hear me okay?
You're perfect.
Okay, I like to hear that. Yeah, we don't know each other well, but that is, it's a good way to get me started.
Still can't hear you, Paul.
Excuse me.
All kinds of tech problems tonight. Can you hear me now?
Getting there.
Yeah, so on the cover sheet for the agenda item, on the second page, there's a link to presentation from downtown Winooski. So it's available, but a little buried.
There it is.
Thank you.
Great. Now I can read to you, and you can see it on the screen.
Which slide is it?
It's the next one. Thank you. So our organization, Downtown Winooski, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to Winooski's community and economic vitality through inclusive events, marketing, collaboration, and advocacy. You can see our smiling faces here. We're a group of staff and volunteers working alongside collaborators, sponsors, and community members to make Winooski a vibrant, connected, and healthy place to live, visit, work, and do business. We are committed to bringing community together to build connections and achieve common goals and strive to have a focus on equity, access, and inclusion in all of our work. So currently we are a staff of 2 and a board of 7. Our organization is involved in various different things. Next slide, please, Paul. We participate in the Winooski Alliance for Active Transportation. We are partners in the Mosaic campaign to support Main Street businesses during construction. We host monthly business roundtable meetings, sometimes focused on safety, other times focused on concerns in the community or just allowing an open platform for business owners to come and ask questions. We became partners with the food shelf in a very intentional way this past year. Thanks very much to the mayor for making that connection. And we added 40 new donors to their donors list, which
awesome.
really felt really like a great accomplishment in just a 30-day initiative.
Yeah.
So they were over the moon. They had more than they needed.
Yeah.
We also participate in the Vermont Downtown Coalition. So there's 24 designated downtowns in the state of Vermont, and there are people that do my job and Sarah's job across those downtown designated areas, and we meet together once a month to share ideas and collaborate together, and then once a year for a 2-day retreat in North Hero, also to share and learn. And we have had, over the last 3 years, we've pulled together 42 nonprofit guests and partners at all of our events, which is an 87% increase over the last 3 years. It takes time to build relationships, and we're starting to see the fruits of that, of us being around for a few years doing that. So I included the strategic plan, which is the next 2 slides, in your packet. This information is, again, just for information to let you know that we do have a strategic plan. We revisit it every year. We have 5 goals that are outlined with initiatives underneath of them. And if you care to look into that or ask me more questions or want more details, there's all kinds of, as I'm sure you could expect, like a 15-page document behind these 2 slides if you want to know any more information. But I just put it there for reference. And before I turn it over to talk about some of the fun impacts that we had in 2025, just wanted to give a visual reference of what our organizational budget is made up of in percentages. So we've drastically increased sponsorship. In fact, that was added as a category 3 years ago, and we've seen increases each year over year. And then we have community donations, which also show a very large increase this year. We have vendor fees from our farmers markets, and then we receive grant funding as well. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the grant funding that we receive in addition to the funding that we receive from the city of Winooski, which your city manager broke down pretty well in your cover sheet packet. But I want to talk a little bit more about the grant funding and where that comes from, and I'll do that in a couple more slides after Sarah tells us about the awesome impacts we saw from our events this year. Before I turn it over to Sarah, just give context for what we've been doing as an organization. We inherited events and community impact organizational things 3 or 4 years ago without much context for where the return on investment was. And so what we spent the last 3 years doing is kind of tweaking the model a little bit each year, seeing where we get more attendance, seeing where we get more sponsor excitement, which organizations and partners are really excited about which things. And so we continue to tweak things. We feel that 2025's impact was even better than 24 and better than 23, and we're expecting 26 to be even better than that. So as far as finances, before I close the budget piece of things, we are finally expecting to end the year in the black this year, which we're really, really excited about. It's not tremendous, but it is black, which is really great. We talked last week about the local options tax percentage that we receive as an indicator of the economic vitality that we are still experiencing. So $11,000 more than we anticipated getting came through in that regard. Through the city and through that local option tax. And so that got us over. We had one last little tax burden we had to take care of that we weren't expecting, so it got us over that hurdle and kind of put us $2,000 in the black. So once those financial reports are finalized, they're at like 95%, I'll submit those in to be part of this packet for official record. So I'll stop talking about the boring stuff and let Sarah talk about the fun stuff that we've done.
Yeah, thank you. So we had a really fun year. And it was a year of continued growth for us. So for our summer programming in the Rotary, we have monthly block parties, and Juneteenth and Pride celebrations are included in that. And we saw some good attendance at both of those, and also some new programming. We're kind of expanding what we've been doing there and kind of getting our footing on what works and what the community enjoys. We're seeing a continued growth trajectory at the farmers market. We maintained the around 1,000-person average that we had gotten to at the end of last season, which was great. And we even had some special events breaking around 2,000 people, which is phenomenal. Halloween was a huge success. Our estimated attendance was up from the last couple years. Some new programming there too, and already ideas about what we can do next year. We had 72 different DJs volunteer their time to be part of Sunday sessions, which is an incredible number, and just really indicative of how community-powered these events are, which is awesome. We had 14 different unique events throughout the year, so it's pretty cool to see how that's expanded. And then the next slide covers some of the economic impact from those events specifically. So at the farmers market, the total sales across the summer and winter season was nearly $345,000 injected into our local economy from people coming and spending that in Winooski at the market, which is awesome. It's about 80,000 higher than last year, so good growth. Wow. And those sales were made to 83 local vendors from Vermont. About 48 of them were kind of regular vendors for the market, so either they were there all season or they came a few times in the season. And another 35 were brought in for special events. So sometimes they were people from farther away in the state, just kind of bringing all kinds of things to Winooski that we don't normally get to see. That's amazing growth. For context, in 2022, there were 27 total vendors at the market, so nearly tripled in as many years. It seems
so much busier.
Yeah. So it's really awesome. Also at the market, about $12,000 was worth of free food was distributed. That's redeemed through food access program vouchers. So Crop Cash Plus, Farm to Family, which are programs of NOFA Vermont and the Department of Economic Services. So that's money that people came and spent at the market that was totally free. And that's in addition to the around $5,000 that was paid using like SNAP benefits. So it's been really successful as a food access program, which has been really important to us. In terms of the other events outside of the farmers market, the holiday pop-up continues to see some good growth. It's about the same as last year with 47 vendors. We're able to hire a few DJs and engage 12 of the businesses around the Rotary, which is awesome. And altogether this year, we spent a little over $30,000 on events, and 87% of that was spent in Vermont, which is really great.
Nice.
And about a third of it, 10,200, supported local entertainers, so artists, getting to pay them for their work and let them shine in their community.
I feel like there would have been more people who attended the holiday pop-up shop had it not been like that first frigid day.
It was so cold. Yeah.
Laura and I ran into each other and we were like, we're surprised there's as many people out as there are because it was so cold.
Yeah, but people love it because it's been around so long, so they brave the cold for it, which is awesome.
And I'll note as, I know it's helpful to kind of avoid paper marketing, but flyers are helpful. So the coffee shops, City Hall, other locations that we can, City Council can help drop those off or post them, just send them our way.
That's amazing, thank you.
Yeah, that's a really generous offer, because it seems like finding time to hang flyers and posters, it's just always backburnered, and then you're like, wait, we talked about it 3 hours ago, we're like, wait, why isn't Casino Night poster up yet?
Yeah, happy to help.
Getting places is hard, so thank you. And then the next slide covers some of the more community-focused impact, which Melissa talked about at the beginning, but just to reiterate, we are, part of various networks around the state, the Vermont Downtown Coalition. I'm part of the Vermont Farmers Market Association. So we're connected with other communities. We're seeing what they're doing, and we're learning from each other and bringing that to Winooski. Did a lot of support for Main Street this past year. A lot of focus on that, just doing what we can to make sure the businesses see the other side of it. Participating on local commissions like Winooski Alliance for Active Transportation, and partnering with other nonprofits to kind of boost each other up, share our platforms, and get resources to the people in Winooski. And that is it for me.
Okay, I think I'm taking the next couple, and then we'll let Laura speak a little bit too. So one of the things that I just wanted to reiterate around the funding structure, we'll talk a little bit about the Downtown Vibrancy Fund on the next couple of slides. The funding coming from the City of Winooski and the State of Vermont through the Downtown Vibrancy Fund essentially funds our operational budget, and then our funding from our sponsors and our donors is what essentially pays for the programming that Sarah was just able to outline so clearly for you all. So we are up a 25% increase in individual donors from last year. We have 218 now, up 112% in sponsorship. So this just means that we can do more things for the community, make our events that much better. Our in-kind donations really increased this year, and that's, they can be raffle prizes. Best Pooch in the Noosk is an example. There was a big, beautiful basket that a local business donated. So those are the kinds of things that we're just trying to build on and enhance from our baseline programming. And then the next slide just gives you a quick little visual of, we went from one sponsor to this many in the last 3 years. And I just want to give Dylan, the owner of Winooski Organics, a quick voice at the bottom of this slide. Has been our largest sponsor, and he sent me this beautiful note that I just wanted to include. By supporting local gatherings, we strengthen community connections, contribute to the energy and growth of downtown Winooski, and reinforce our commitment to a city where local collaboration, wellness, and community spirit thrive. So big thanks to Dylan. They've become one of our largest supporters. And then the next couple of slides just go over what the Downtown Vibrancy Fund is. And again, you can read some of this if you would like to see some more depth to it. But really what it is it's $25,000 allocated from the state of Vermont in the governor's budget for each one of the 24 designated downtowns. And the intention is to use that $25,000 to either enhance your organizational strength or provide impact in your community. And so the promotion section of the Downtown Vibrancy Fund we completed this year by creating a business directory on our website, which Sarah has said has some of our most hits on all of the pages in our website, and it's only been live a month. So it's been very engaging already, and so there's a listing there for every business. We're working on enhancing it even more, but that was part of the Downtown Vibrancy Fund, paid for that work to get done. You may have seen some of the signage around Rotary Park. That was also part of the Downtown Vibrancy Fund support. So we're almost done. I've taken up a lot of your time, but there is 2 important slides that are after this. You can forward through to the business community snapshot, Paul, which would be great, after the banners. There we go. And I'll let Laura have the stage.
Thank you. Before I go into this, these couple slides here, I just want to say that I'm incredibly proud of the work that we have done in the last year especially, but the last few. The hurdles that both Melissa and Sarah had to go through were kind of enormous, and just really appreciative to the city, to the partnerships that we've created here just to get to where we are. So very, very excited for 26. I think it's going to be a great year. So.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, of course. In all of these engagements that we've had with our businesses in Winooski, we have gotten some feedback, and some of this is kind of general, but we can go into some specifics too. But I think there's a general excitement about the direction that Winooski is going. Very excited about the engagement that the city has taken and that downtown Winooski has taken in getting local businesses involved and having them be heard and having just having a more like healthy community and knowing that they're being supported. So there's a lot of excitement about the hotel on many different levels, but yeah, we're very excited. Melissa and I got to do a little tour of it, and I know you as well. Yep. So that's very exciting. We're all very excited that Main Street will be completed. I know that's sort of a general feeling here. And we're excited about maybe a celebration to help finalize that. So we have more in the works here. And very excited about the construction communication that has happened. I know when Main Street first happened, it was a little bit of a struggle to kind of figure out what was needed, but Winooski figured it out, and I think that's really great fertilizer for the bridge, which we all know is coming, and we're all a little nervous about it, but I think having had that experience with Main Street has allowed us to like feel a little bit like we might be able to handle it. So that's both excitement and also a little bit of nervousness. So, and also a general sense that City Council, and I know we're a fairly new council right now and moving further into a new council, but there is a general sense that y'all are listening and reacting and being proactive about things. So along with our city manager as well, so in all the city. So it's very, I think that's a general feeling with the businesses and the business community. There's also a really, some great excitement around the public art progress. I don't know too much about that, but these two have told me a little bit about it, and it's very exciting to hear about some public art that might be coming into the city. We've already had a couple, but having a more structured policy sounds really fun for us all. And then some concerns that always are, and I don't really want to end on this, but it is the last slide here. Just there are general concerns, and it just means that we have more work to do. And there are things that I think have always sort of plagued our city. Parking continues to be a concern. But also, among all these concerns, there are a lot of really creative solutions being thrown around, and I think the business community in general are really great problem solvers. And I think, looking to them for ideas is a great way to sort of look forward. And a lot of our small businesses are pretty scrappy and do things, they're very independent, and they do things on, bare bones. So I think looking to them to how we can come up with some solutions for some of the challenges we have are, is something that we like to do.
Yeah.
So parking, bridge construction obviously is a real big concern as we look forward. And then just safety in our downtown corridor, crosswalks and crossing safety, pedestrian safety, and other public safety concerns. But, I don't want to end on that. Just means that we have some more work to do.
I have a positive.
Oh, great.
And I think on the bridge construction, we all are bracing for it in a way. But I think that, not to end on a negative note, is I think there is some opportunity that will be presented. I spoke a little bit with you all before I left your board when I became mayor, and I think we can try to take advantage of those closure periods and come up with some really fun events. So yeah, please, as Bryn was saying about the flyers, I think on all of these things, downtown Winooski's success is a big part of the city's success, and I think we all want to be a part of that. So, whatever ideas you have as we go into that bridge construction process, and I don't know who will still be here, but please bring them to whoever is sitting here. If you need, want to do a block party and you need a street closure, the process to, do with Jenny and to bring to us, and we're open to looking at those things so that we can be helpful throughout that many year process.
Thank you.
So I just have one last slide, if you don't mind flipping to the last one there, Paul, and I'm happy to take any questions here in person, or if you have any specific questions about anything that you want to email after the fact, I'm happy to respond in that regard as well. So based on what we learned in 2025, looking ahead to what we would like to see in 2026, we are going to keep a pretty similar set of programming between May and October, adding in some winter programming January through March, which we had not done in the past. Specifically, we're doing a casino night fundraiser on March 7th at Waterworks Food and Drink. This will be the first ticketed fundraiser that downtown Winooski has done. At least since I've been around, we've heard rumors that something happened 10 years ago, but we're not quite sure what that looked like. So this will be the first time any of us have done a casino night fundraiser. We are thinking about really amazing raffle prizes that people would win. So since we're a nonprofit, we wouldn't be gambling with cash. We're gambling with chips and raffle tickets. And then when you win your tickets, you go up and you say, I want that stay and play package at the hotel. And you put your raffle tickets in there. The more winning tickets you have, the more ability you have to win the prize, is the idea. So we're really trying to think of creative raffle prizes that showcase the entrepreneurial spirit of Winooski and local artists, and anything that you can think of that might be a really interesting way to showcase Winooski businesses or the local art scene or entrepreneurial scene. Please let me know. We're trying to do something a little bit more elevated than just gift cards. Yeah. Not that there's a great place for that, and the turkey drive is a good place for those, but we're thinking about more elevated things. So our farmers market, we're going to continue with the one-off days that were really successful, and Sarah's lined up an additional one this year in May, a community services carnival in partnership with the Lions Club. And the other ones we've run with great success in the past, and so we're just going to be duplicating that. We are in conversation with the city of Winooski about doing a Main Street completion celebration, date to be determined, but we have a team of people that are brainstorming about what that would look like. And then we have our block parties, potential dates. We're going to move them back to Wednesdays. We tried Friday, Saturday, and they just weren't as well attended. Our board couldn't help with volunteer because they were staffing their businesses. So back to Wednesdays with these potential dates. Have not cleared the Halloween date with Ray, but was just making that assumption. And then do the food shelf turkey drive again in November and the pop-up in December. So we've really been trying to look at what can we do for year-round programming. And the only month that we're missing is the month of April, which I would be traveling to a conference for Main Street America and representing Winooski finally on a national level for the first time. So we are excited about that in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Nice.
Does anybody have any questions? And I apologize if we took up more time than we had intended. There's just so much good stuff to share. So much better to be sitting here showing this kind of stuff instead of, here's tax debt and here's this and please. So it's nice to be getting us to a place where we can just kind of talk about the great impact. So anything from your end?
You know, thank you so very much. It really is so nice to see the growth that the organization has done, and you know, Melissa, that is so much in your credit and your work that you've done to bring the books to the black, but also the amazing programming and empowering Sarah to do some amazing programming. It wasn't lost on me that the Fiber Fair, it was the most well-attended event. I never would have thought, but you did, and lots of people really enjoy it. The work you do is so, you know, when I get to, you know, I mean, we all do. We don't just remain in Winooski all the time, but as I travel the state and get to do things, I hear from so many people about our business community in Winooski, about the events that we put on, and it's always like a really prideful moment for me to be in like Canaan, Vermont, and hear somebody tell me about, oh yeah, I know about Winooski. I've had dinner at Waterworks or something like that, and you know, that's such a big draw, and also just so much of a part of what makes a lot of people who live here proud is just what a vibrant community we have. It's what people are seeking. So many people want to live here, and we couldn't do it without the work of so many, but definitely the work that you all do. So I thank you for that. I kind of did my bridge thing already, but yeah, we want to continue to remain partners. So please always let us know where you need help, what you suggest. You hear from members of the community that we don't always hear from. So your voices are appreciated to us.
Thank you for all the support that you have shown. We couldn't do anything in this presentation without all of the support that you've given us, financially and emotionally.
Councilors.
I also just reiterate and second all of that without saying the same thing exactly all over again. But I mean, part of the reason why I wanted to make sure we brought up the slide deck is just to ensure that everyone can see and take time to appreciate how much work you all have done and contributing to the vibrancy of Winooski. The additional support on Main Street is, I think, appreciated by all. So thanks for that. And then, you know, I just also want to note the creativity and adaptability. So you can't manage what you don't measure. And so being able to track and see what makes a difference, you know, folks are attending Friday, Saturday events, we're going to move the block parties back to Wednesday. Yeah. Like, that is awesome. I love seeing that. And I think that it's just that contributes to the impact, the storytelling. It helps with grant writing, securing funding, securing additional sponsors. Like, how many eyes am I gonna get in this event? How much engagement am I gonna see? Like, if I dedicate 3 hours to tabling or 5 because of setup and breakdown. Like, all of that makes a big, big difference, and it enhances the value of folks wanting to participate in those events. So that also, as burdensome as data tracking might be, I mean, but that's an asset. That's an asset and a skill, and that helps tell the story. So, and it reverberates. So thank you for all of that. I'm so excited about the creativity around some new events this year, and continuation of like strong events, even like tweaks to making them even better and kind of keeping them fresh and exciting. Like, that's all awesome. And then I also want to reiterate the bridge closure and bridge work is it's all about how you think about it. Like, it will be difficult, but it's also a unique opportunity. And I think that just that planning, that the more we do some planning and ideation ahead of time, the easier it will be to absorb and adapt some of those closures. And it might even bring in some additional opportunities that we might not have had otherwise. You think about like the closed streets, safe streets opportunities where, you know, for the Art Hop, where they closed down Pine Street, like, that's a pretty cool opportunity to bring in a lot of events and vendors that we might not otherwise see. There's rumor that there might be a Winooski bike festival as a cyclist. I'm pretty jazzed about that. So I'm hoping that those folks that are thinking about that engage with you all early. So I'm just gonna keep talking about that to help it come to fruition. And then thinking about additional things that kind of happen annually where there could be an opportunity to explore. Not saying like, me saying this is not like a go chase that kind of suggestion, but there's Cranksgiving, which basically is another cycling event, where it's actually a national event, and there's groups that basically have locations kind of around the greater Burlington area, and they'll go and with a shopping list get items for the food shelf. So it could be an opportunity to partner with that group and to like bring people into Winooski to come to our shops, and maybe even donate to our food shelf too. So just thinking about additional things that kind of happen annually, and there's a pretty engaged group of Winooski cyclists that meet weekly during the warmer months, that might be interested in like having our own Winooski Cranksgiving. So just throwing that out there again, like maybe not this year, but something to kind of think about. But those were, I think I will end there. I could go on. I'm so pumped that we started the meeting. So props to whoever put the agenda item like this first. Just like, I'm so jazzed now. This will make everybody's lives easier afterwards.
Well,
thank you.
Good to
Elaine
know.
knows that I would have been asleep if it was my 7 o'clock on the agenda.
Well, it worked out well. Thank you.
I remembered a comment I wanted to make when you were talking about the hotel. I was just checking on the website to make sure it was still there. We did those, here's how to spend a day in Winooski on the website. Have you shared that with the hotel developers so they know that's something they can point their guests to when they're...
But that's another good touch point with Doug Nettie.
Any other?
Just echoing everything. We appreciate you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this. Thank you for everything you do. I know that I'm newer to council, but one of the things that I've heard most often is Main Street done? Are they going to do this again? And like people are really excited to hear. So I'm really glad that you're planning something to celebrate what's been accomplished. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good?
You are good.
Thanks.
It's over now, Melissa.
Look, after last year, these will all be a cakewalk.
All right. So we will move on to our next item, Treasurer's Report Fiscal Year 2026 Q2. John, is it Affinito? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That's a tough act to follow. That was a pretty interesting.
Sorry, John.
So something a little more dry. So good evening, council. So I'm here to present some key takeaways from second quarter FY26 of the Treasurer's Report. And as a general reminder, specific details to support current forecasts can be found within the respective financial report on the City of Winooski website. So please bear in mind that this is a Q2, quarter 2 report, which is guided by the financial activities we've realized so far, and therefore subject to change as we progress through the year. Okay, so based on second quarter financial results, the city's general fund is projecting an annual surplus of approximately 0.3 million, resulting in a year-end fund balance of 3.5 million, an increase of 9% year over year. Since the first quarter, Q1, the projected year-end surplus has declined, moving closer to the city's break-even point, which typically happens as we move throughout the fiscal year. For comparison, the prior fiscal year concluded with a net fund balance of 3.3 million. So annual general fund revenues projected to total at a little over 12 million, exceeding the adopted budget by 0.8 million. City's primary revenue source, which is property tax, is expected to generate about 8.7 million, in line with budgeted projections for the year, which is great. Revenues above budget are largely attributed to higher than anticipated investment interest earnings, consistent with FY25 performance, as well as proceeds associated with the sale of the O'Brien Community Center to CHT. Total expenditures, so conversely, moving on to expenditures, total expenditures are projected at 11.8 million, approximately 0.6 million above the adopted budget. While the city is forecasting some savings from staff vacancies, these projections were lower than in FY25, as many positions were filled throughout the year, so less staff vacancies now. Vacancy-related savings primarily impacted salaries, fringe benefits, and other employee-related costs. Most vacant positions in the police department have now been filled, and the city anticipates filling the remaining vacancies in the near term. Overtime incurred to maintain service levels during periods of vacancy has partially offset the savings generated by those vacancies. Overtime is very expensive. Beyond personnel costs, the city continues to manage two significant capital initiatives, the Main Street revitalization project, which has come up a few times already, and the Abenaki Garage project. Okay, so in conclusion, as the second quarter of FY26, the city's overall financial condition remains stable, with all funds projecting positive net fund balances at fiscal year end. Again, this is a forecast. The general fund continues to show modest surplus and a healthy fund balance, though the forecast has tightened since the first quarter as expenditures and capital activity progress throughout the year. Revenues are generally outperforming budget expectations, supported by property tax collections, investment interest earnings, and grant funding. Expenditure pressures reflecting staff changes, overtime requirements, and continued investment in major capital projects, most notably those two projects I just noted, Main Street and Abenaki. The city has taken steps to manage these pressures through strategic use of bond proceeds and investment strategies, helping to mitigate financial impact. So overall, looking okay. Looking ahead, continued monitoring of project timelines will be essential through the remainder of FY26, especially for the Abenaki Garage and long-term the bridge, which just came up in the previous discussion as well. So a little more dry than the previous presentation, but are there any questions I can maybe answer?
John, we want this to be dry.
Okay. Okay.
We don't want this
all right, there you go.
to be too juicy or shocking.
That I can do.
Thank you, as always, for your work on this. Very, very appreciated. And Angela, wherever you are, thank you to you as well. I know you always have a lot to do with this and making sure that we are, John's being able to say things like healthy to us. Any questions from councilors?
I do.
No.
Deputy Mayor?
Any risk areas?
I'd say my biggest concern, I don't know if it's concern, but risk area would be, I believe the Abenaki Garage is, the timeline's been extended.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we have a completion date yet, but that would be, for me, biggest quote-unquote risk area. So just keeping your hands around that timeline. Okay. But it sounds like Angela's doing a good job at that.
Is there anything you would want voters to know about as far as the health of our budget?
Voters to know about, that's a good question. I would say that tax revenue is important to improve our city. So thank you for paying your taxes. Because it's important to do.
I like that.
Okay. Thanks again.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, guys. And again, if any other questions come up afterwards, feel free to email me. And I'll see.
One brief
Yeah.
question, John, sorry.
Go ahead.
From the report that we had, and I think you alluded to this, from the report that we have in our packet to some of the numbers you stated, there's some slight differences.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Maybe an oversight. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Will you update those before and get the
Sure.
additions
Just let me
done?
know which one. Yeah.
Okay.
If you could just let me know,
Let's see if I still have that pulled up.
specifically.
No, I put it away. I'll email you.
Okay. Appreciate that. All right. I'll see you next quarter.
Awesome.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right. We are on to discussion fiscal year 2024-2025, FY25 audit report. Angela, it's already there.
Hello. We are joined tonight by Heather Hunter, who is the audit director for RHR Smith. RHR Smith was the awarded contract holder for our FY25 audit, and Heather is joining us to give their presentation.
Hello, everybody. I will share my screen now and jump right into the presentation. Is everybody able to see it?
We are, yes.
Okay, and everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, it's a great thing when technology works with us.
Yes, it is.
So, thank you for letting me be here tonight and sharing the information with you from the FY25 audit. You'll see kind of a brief list of items that I'll be covering. I think it looks a little bit more daunting than it really is, so we'll jump right into it. The first slide talks about client responsibilities. These next two slides are relatively new for presentations that we're doing this year, just to solidify, particularly with the elected officials, roles and responsibilities and kind of what the city's responsibilities are and what RHR Smith's responsibilities are. So just as a reminder, your organization and your team are charged with designing internal controls, understanding the control environment, understanding how to use the software that they have, complying with grant regulations, laws, and accounting standards that are out there, looking at implementing and enforcing accounting policies that they may have, providing reasonable accounting estimates for financial statement purposes, and sharing the information with us, making sure those reconciliations and trial balances and documentations are furnished to us on a timely basis, and any supplementary information that we need. Conversely, on our side of the house, our goal is to conduct an audit with the AICPA, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, making sure we are conducting the audit within those regulations and guidelines. There's been some significant change in our world recently regarding quality management standards. So we have, as a firm, have been undertaking that for about 1.5 years now. So it has changed the way that we are doing audits, and I think the change is good for everybody involved. It does take a little more time and planning process, but I think overall it produces a better product for everybody involved. Part of our charge is to look at proposing material adjustments that may need to be made. We talk about best practices in the form of management letter comments. We determine whether the financial reporting adheres to your accounting standards out there, both for GAAP and GASB, the governmental accounting standards. And I'm happy to say, although we do work through disagreements, we did not have any disagreements with the team here at the city, so kudos to you. And that we work with the group to prepare and issue a financial opinion for your audit. So this is the kind of the report that everybody likes to see. This is your audit opinion. This is what you are paying the firm to go through this process, and your team worked so hard to, you know, prepare for this audit to get this piece of paper. It's your audit opinion that talks about everything being materially accurate. It is known as a clean or an unmodified audit opinion. It's the highest audit opinion you can get out there. So again, kudos to your staff for receiving this. Jumping to the financial statements, I don't know if drafts are available, but I have reference statements and page numbers for your reference. Looking at the general fund balance sheet first, you'll see, you know, some 3-year trends noted on this. Total general fund assets climbed about $2.4 million or 28.6%. The bulk of the increase represented increases in cash accounts of about 94%. Of that total increase represented the increase in cash of $2.27 million. Total liabilities rose by about $1.5 million or 43%, and this is all attributed to amounts owed to other funds at the end of the year. Total fund balance rose by $750,000 or 16.6% to $5.3 million, and I'll talk about fund balance more in the next couple of slides. From a financial statement standpoint, we'd like to look at a couple of financial ratios. The quick or current ratio, it runs about 2.14. That's above the industry norm. Usually for a current ratio, we'd like to see it 2 or above. For a quick ratio, we'd like to see it 1 or above. So this provides the city financial flexibility in the form of liquidity, and tends to give you some ability to navigate some tumultuous times if they should arise. You also have 3 other major funds, including the downtown TIF, that had assets of about $2 million with a fund balance of just shy of $600,000. You have your CD loan fund that had assets and liabilities respectively of $1.35 million and fund balance of $455,000. And then lastly, the Capital Reserve Fund had $11.94 million in assets and a fund balance of just shy of $12 million. So as noted, the next slide talks about how your fund balance is allocated. So you have 4 different categories within fund balance. They include a non-spendable portion, which represents prepaid expenses and some inventory. Those are items that you paid in this current fiscal year that you anticipate to use in FY26 or beyond. So that represents about $308,000. Your restricted portion of fund balance includes a donation of $252,000 for community development work. Then you have an assigned fund balance, those portions of fund balance that you've allocated for specific purposes. They total $321,000, and you will see they reflect a variety of purposes, including the reappraisal, public art, the Lester Education Program, some record restoration, the fire programs, and so forth. And again, if you're interested in the detail of this information, that can be found in Note N on page 70. So kind of taking one more look at fund balance, because that tends to be a category that everybody is interested in. You see the 3-year trend information for each one of those categories. I will kind of focus here on the unassigned fund balance. reminding you that the total fund balance equals about $5.3 million. The unassigned portion grew about $750,000 or 20.5%, leaving you at an expenditure coverage of 48.9%, or just shy of 6 months. What that means, if you receive no more financial resources, you have about 6 months worth of unassigned fund balance to weather that storm. And that is an extremely healthy fund balance. Looking at general fund revenues, you can see, and I apologize, this slide's a little small based upon the categories, but you can see the 3-year trend information. This information is taken from Statement E on page 25 of your financial report. Your total revenues amounted to $11,681,716. That increased about 2.1%, or just shy of 22%. I'm sorry, 2.1 million, just shy of 22%. And as mentioned earlier, property tax clearly is your largest revenue source, making up 76.3% of the total. So high dependency on property tax, which is consistent with other municipalities. Some other notable fluctuations include a drop in rental and other revenues, and that was partially mitigated by increases in charges for services and fines, fees, and forfeitures. And also mentioned earlier tonight, but you also saw in FY25, the continued high interest rate environment coupled with the increase in cash availability afforded an interest earnings this year of an additional $118,000, or just shy of a 50% increase. All 3 of the major funds that we talked about before resulted in expenditures exceeding revenues, thus drawing down fund balance in both your TIF fund had a draw of just shy of $30,000. The CD loans had about a $77,000 draw, and your capital reserve drew about $1,778,065 of fund balance. Looking at the budget comparison, your budget is found in your financial statement on Schedule 1 on page 87. You had a budget surplus of $577,726, or about 5.3% above estimates. And as noted elsewhere, your interest, fines, and forfeitures pretty much contributed equally to that overall collection surplus. Looking at the expenditure side of the house, your total expenditures increased by $456,897, or 5.3%, to about a little over $9 million. Like other municipalities, not only in the state of Vermont, but across the United States and in New England, public safety comprises 32% of your total expenditures. That's followed by employee benefits and general government at 20.5% and 16.6% respectively. From a budget to actual, and again, we're still on general fund here, there were no supplemental appropriations issued. Additionally, the expenditure surplus was just at $100,000, which is 0.9% of the budget estimate. So between your revenue surplus and your expenditure surplus, your total budgetary surplus was $678,349. Now, moving on to your enterprise fund, the first one I will talk about is your water fund. So you see the statement G on page 27, talks and continues on to the next page, talks about the balance sheet or the statement of net assets or net positions. Your total assets for the water fund are just about $7 million, which increased $1.2 million or 21% for this year. Capital assets for your enterprise funds, all three of your enterprise funds and business type are heavily invested in capital assets. They make up a lion's share of your total assets, and you can see, the significance of that in the water fund, where the capital assets represent, just about 79% of your total assets. Heavy infrastructure investment in those, water mains, meters, and so forth. And accounts for all of the increase in your total assets. Liabilities rose by 33%, and that's attributed to increases in accounts payable and debt service. Your net position for the water fund, which is similar to the fund balance on general fund, climbed $462,000 or 13.3%. And your unrestricted portion, that available portion, if you will, decreased by $663,000 to the $1.1 million. It's got a strong current ratio of 4.36. Remember, this is the one industry says it tends to hover around 2, so a very strong current ratio here. Looking at the same information for the sewer fund, you see total assets equaled $14 million, had a $771,000 increase or 5.8%. Net capital assets totaled $12.4 million, again representing just shy of 89% of your total assets. A heavy investment in that infrastructure needed. The increase in capital assets were more than sufficient to cover the reduction in the receivable and due from other funds of about $1.8 million. So you had some significant increase in your capital assets and the reduction in your receivables and other funds of 1.8, keeping that total right up there for total assets. Liabilities rose 15%, and that's attributed to your additional bonded debt incurred. Net position shrank $215,000 or 3.2%, with your unrestricted portion decreasing $2 million to $767,239. It has a current ratio of 1.4. And the last balance sheet for your parking fund, you had total assets of $31.7 million. That rose $5.1 million or 19%. The net capital assets on this fund are $30.7 million, representing almost 97% of that total asset account. And again, it makes sense based upon the discussion that was presented earlier tonight on the increase in construction and progress of the parking garage and the current portion of lease receivables was afforded by the $5.1 million reduction in cash investments into those infrastructure projects and so forth. Liabilities fell by 19%, and that's attributed to the reduction in accounts payable and debt service. Your net position climbed in this fund by $277,000 or 2.5%. Your unrestricted portion decreased $3 million to about $66,000. The current ratio here is 1.28%, or 1.28. For all three of your business type funds, the primary and only revenue source for these are charges for service. So these are all shown on this graph. You can see the 3-year trend and the fluctuation between those years. You do have one non-operating revenue source, and that's your investment earnings. That totaled about $14,000 for the water fund, $1,700 for sewer, and $126,000 for the parking. Looking at expenditures, this is for the water fund only. Total operating expenditures were $1,253,592. That increased $209,000, or just about 20%. Your two cross drivers here are water purchases and your personal services. They represent just shy of 50% and 25 or 26% of those total expenditures. So, clearly they're driving the budget on those particular items. Looking at the sewer fund, your total operating expenses amounted to $1,481,952. That decreased just under $85,000, or 5.4%. Your personal service represent the biggest driver, just about half of your total expenditures here at 46.3%. And then lastly, your parking garage. It had operating expenses of just over $1 million. That decreased $81,293, or 7.3%. The cost drivers here are your personal services and depreciation expense. That is a non-cash expense, but it still represents an expense that needs to be recorded under GAAP accounting. So those represent 33% and 30% of your total expenditures on this fund. So enough talking about all the numbers. I know that's hard to listen to those rattled off. I get to end on a high note here. And I will say, I'm pleased to say there were no suggestions in best practices for improvements. Those are referred to as management letter comments for the city of Winooski, so congratulations. Not having any management letter comments, even minor ones, is definitely something to be proud of. In addition, you are a single audit client for us, and there were no findings or question costs during that single audit. So I'm happy to report that as well. And then that pretty much concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Heather, thank you so much for going over that in detail and also in a way that I think was clear to us and to residents as well. So really appreciate that. I think, first, Angela, thank you so much. Once again, another successful audit. I know you put so much work into that. So just thank you. And thank you, I think, to the entire team for continuing to just manage public tax dollars appropriately and well. I don't have any comments, except also another shout out to Angela. To see those investment funds doing so well, was it 2 years ago you came to us to first speak about those opportunities and how you thought it would be so beneficial to the city, and you were 100% correct. They have just been doing well over and over again, and we see that in this audit. So thank you for taking that step and bringing that to council when you did. Any questions or comments from councilors? I'm not seeing anything. I see something from the city manager, though.
Yes, I'm going to echo, of course, your thanks to Angela, not just for preparing for the audit, but also all the work throughout the year that leads to that. Yeah. And yes, it's true. It is a team effort. Everyone has to do their part. This year in particular, for the single audit, and Angela pointed this out to me, I want to recognize John and Ryan for their hard work managing the Main Street project, which resulted in that audit. The fact that they were doing that without any additional support on top of their regular jobs, and to have a clean audit on those is really remarkable. So thank you all.
John and Ryan, thank you. Let Ryan know we say thank you.
I guess I do have one question. Given that we are looking at a couple bond votes for town meeting day, I'm curious how, this compilation of positive findings or unmodified findings and single audit, lack of recommendations, I guess, contributes to our bond rating.
These are all positive attributes to a bond. You know, the bond rating has typically 4 categories that they look at when they're looking at bonds. They have subcategories within those. So this will fall in your financial statement categories as well as your management scorecard. So both of these, you know, elevate those ratings or in those particular categories. They look at liquidity. That's why I mentioned a lot of those liquidity ratios, and they look at your debt ratios as well, and your strong fund balance. So those are all part of that rating. I can tell you, my previous hat worn, I was at a large municipality in Maine, and these are strong numbers. These will reflect favorably in the bond market.
We generally don't require our own bond rating. Usually we use the Vermont Bond Bank. They are their own agency that's rated, and we use their rating. The city was able to obtain our own, let's see, AA3 rating in order to do the Main Street interim bond, because that was a bond financing that was not able to be accommodated by Vermont Bond Bank. But it is not something that we would typically do directly. Any of those debts that we're proposing would likely go through the bond bank process.
On the other hand, if it's something, it could be something that we, council could talk about when explaining why we are suited to manage more bonds.
Is that, I know, at least from what I've seen in terms of grant applications, usually isn't an item that's on a grant, but would it be worth including any of, you know, the positive financial status as part of like why we should be funded?
Yeah, I think we could always say like we're managed well, clean audits, you know,
Yeah.
that sort of thing, sure.
Any funding agency that we have that currently gives us grants is receiving a copy of our audit annually. It's one of the requirements for most grant agreements. So they are aware, and before I took over doing our financial statement audits with the city, we had adverse opinions. And I had met down in Montpelier with multiple state agencies that put our grant funding in doubt because of those findings, unless we were able to put in a plan to remediate. And we did so within 2 years.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and I think just as we continue to compete for funding and financing, it feels rather notable. So where there's opportunity to just mention it, even if it's not asked, maybe it's worthwhile.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, public comment. Anything from anyone in the audience? Let's see if there's still anyone online. Anything from anybody online? All right. We will move on to our next item. Actually, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
You too.
Thank you. You as well.
Bye-bye.
The time is 7:17. I'm going to call a 5-minute recess, so we'll come back at 7:22. That's
15.06.
Oh, we're good. Okay, sorry, I still saw the unmute thing. The time is 7:22. We are returning from our break. We will now move on to, it's warned as discussion approval. I'd just like to change that to discussion if possible, actually. I don't know if I needed to do that in the consent.
I don't think so.
Fiscal year 2026-2027 budget discussion. So, councilors, we have seen presentations from all of the city departments. They have all made asks of us to consider. And now is our job to go through those asks and decide how much money we're going to ask the taxpayer for on town meeting day. I would like to propose, if we can pull up the budget tool, if somebody can pull that up somewhere, I think that it would be good for us to start by looking at that.
Angela, could you do that, please?
And as I had just mentioned, I don't think that it would be wise, even if we do come to complete agreement tonight, for us to vote on this. We do have another meeting where we can take up more discussion and then action. I think it's important for this to be a robust conversation. And again, even if we get to an ending point tonight, I think we should still sit on that before we make a final vote on it. As a reminder, what the city manager proposed to us would be a 6.47% tax rate increase. But as we went through this budget process, there are a variety of things that we asked to be added in to that, which if we go with what was presented to us by the city manager at 6.47, anything that we would add in would go over that 6.47 amount. If 6.47 is what we would want to be at, we would have to make reductions somewhere. We, of course, can go below that amount. It is something that I would not be recommending. I think what has been proposed to us by the city manager is the minimum of what we should be looking at putting towards taxpayers this voting season. There's a lot of ways that we can do this and start this conversation. I'd kind of like to do it in a similar way to the conversation that I had with the Finance Commission, in which I had Angela turn everything to a yes so that we can see what it would look like if we were to invest in all of the items here.
Would you like the tool shared, and I can do that.
Okay.
Thank
Yes,
you, Angela.
yes. We can then move into, there are some, I think, items on here that are very obvious that we wouldn't include, specifically seeing as they are items that were referenced for the FY28 year, but I'd still, Angela, at first just like to see you turn those on. Other items like the 17th police officer, we know Justin hasn't been able to hire police officers up to the 16th.
Actually, we're at 15, right?
We are at 15. Okay.
So we're full right now.
Okay. All right. So.
Which was part of the reason why we weren't going to ask, because we haven't been able to.
Yeah.
But we are now.
Okay. So different information than I had with the Finance Commission. So I'm not going to say we'll remove that immediately then. But I saw Angela working on that, and I think the tool will be shared again with us for a moment. And then once we've done that, I'd really love to hear from councilors of what is your one, I told finance one, but you're on council, so I'll say 1 to 3 items that you think are absolute necessary items that we move forward. And then from there, I think by those 2 activities, we can really get into this discussion. Elaine and Angela, I will welcome you to chime in on anything here. You know, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines, you know, Angela kind of shared, Angela and I shared with Finance Commission, for example, that those are kind of items that I had thought from our discussions leading up till now, we were all mostly in agreement on. and staff saw those as items that were crucially important. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean that we or any of you have to see those items as things that need to move forward. Does that sound good to everybody?
For now.
So I guess those would be stay no, because they're.
Yes,
Effectively,
Angela, will you
yes.
re-explain that process for council, but also the public?
We included some items on the budget option tool that were part of the 6.5% ask from the city. I'm going to leave those no, because if I turn them to yes, it will be cutting those from the budget. In addition, I'm also going to leave one of the 2 traffic studies as no. I've made a trigger in there so that you cannot have both of those options as yes, they are both for traffic calming, funding the same item.
Angela, are you purposely not sharing the tool anymore?
I just need to turn everything to yes. It made Excel crash when I tried to do it while sharing.
That's
Okay,
how
gotcha.
much money it was.
It didn't like the bulk update.
Fair enough.
I don't know if we should take this into account specifically with traffic calming, but I know our next item involves an application for funds around traffic calming. So,
Well, we're not voting right now, so it's just discussion.
fair enough.
Right, the idea was to see where you got on it to inform whether you would agree, because otherwise you would be putting the cart before the horse. Like if you're not going to land there, then you would know what to do with the request to apply. Does that make
So
sense?
this number looks a little different than what was presented to Finance Commission, because there have been things added to the tool since then. So turning everything to yes, without doing any cuts or double counting, is a 38.46% increase.
All right, great. We're good with that. Should we move on?
Put it on Thomas's tab.
Oh,
Actually, Angela, could you tell what the number is that taxes would increase for a medium assessed home for the year? At 38.46.
So the median assessed home at $413,100 of assessed value would be an annual increase of $1,245.08.
So, I know a lot of people can't afford it, but for context, I don't actually think of that as a ton of money. So
Compared to what?
compared to, I mean, that's an annual increase for all the city services you get with all of these things on.
But at
That
the
doesn't seem
personal
like a lot of
level.
money. Oh, I'm not saying that we should do this. I'm
Okay.
saying it's just, I'm not at all saying that. Yeah.
I think what Elaine is saying is that in the hypothetical realm of giving everything for the amount of money that it would cost, is that what I'm understanding? That like $1,000 per annual increase for what it would cost? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. I mean, again, I'm not advocating that we leave it this way, but I when we're looking at budgets, we will always look at, for the most part, doing an increase in our budget.
Mm-hmm.
Every single year, costs go up.
Step increases.
Step increases, exactly.
Inflation.
Without making cuts, we will be looking at increases in our budget year over year. Part of what we use in our rationale on this is, what do we think that people can afford? There will always be somebody or some subset of the population that will not be able to, quote unquote, afford any amount that we propose to them, whether that is $5 or, in the case of turning everything on, it would be $103 a month. For all of these services, for some folks, $103 a month would be understandable and fine. For other folks, $103 a month would result in not buying soccer cleats for their kid, not paying for the heating, et cetera, et cetera. So I appreciate the statement. I think, for a lot of people, spending $1,300 a year and getting all of these services would be a benefit and something that they wouldn't be too upset about. However, I think for a lot of people it would create some significant burden. So I don't think any of us are going to continue to say we should go forward with 38.46%. But I did want us to just look at what it would cost for the things that I think we can all at least agree to some level. All of the things that are proposed here are something that at some point the city should really consider putting forward to the taxpayer at some point.
Right, which is the part of budgeting is
Yeah.
incrementalism.
So probably some of the big things to pull off now would be fire moving to 24,
Correct. I would agree with that.
which would love to happen, but we don't have the plans for that yet. So that also feels like it would be unreachable for staff at this time.
Are we looking
Hopefully
at,
one day, chief.
are we looking at everything from 19, row 19 to row 41?
Yeah.
Is
We
that,
can go
is
row-
that the section you're
yeah.
focusing on?
I think that's the only section.
Didn't start there.
Well, down to 63. And I think we should look at every item. I mean, I think every item.
I'm just wondering about the
Yeah.
process rather than jumping around. And if it makes sense to look
Yeah,
at each.
no, I mean, I
just-
appreciate Aurora pulling something out that is definitely something we're not gonna do, but let's go line item by line item and start the discussion. I think each item has some value to it, so, line item 19, adjustment for, actual COLA of 3%.
So that's a pot, that's.
Again, without cuts, it would need to be yes.
Correct.
So this one is a cut. It's an automatic cut that we added once we received the actual CPI, October to October. The numbers that we pulled together into the budget included a cost of living increase of around 3.1%, but the actual CPI was 3%. So we were able to
Okay.
include this one cut. This had been automatically turned on in the budget tool previously.
Got it.
Just, and maybe it's obvious now, but just to make it explicit, the benefit of this tool is, of course, to show options that staff truly consider optional, meaning there's a reason why they're not in my proposal.
Yeah.
But also, in case something late comes in, some information comes in late, that would otherwise require Angela to rebuild almost every item in the budget. She can just add it here so you know what the actual impact is on tax
Yeah.
rate and
Yeah.
payments and so forth.
So this overall is good because it lowers the tax rate a little bit by taking.
Yes.
To really explicitly underline that.
Yeah.
By 3,600, 3,700.
Yeah.
Just to be
A couple
super,
percent.
super explicit. Super explicit.
Every dollar counts.
So the next one's the livable wage. I feel like we need to do this.
I'm in agreement of moving that forward.
I agree.
I don't have challenges with that.
HRIS system,
Also, that feels reasonable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed.
Agreed.
additional fire captain, I'm also in favor
Oh,
of.
by the way, the HRS system, we did get positive references, so thank goodness.
Good.
Additional fire captain,
Makes
I'm in
sense.
favor.
seasonal park maintenance staff, I'm in agreement with.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so into the next set of items, increase to HRA funding. That was an item that I personally think is important to staff retention.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant on this compared as we walk through other items.
Okay.
I have this as a maybe, because I agree it would be good for retention. But I think there might be some things that come before it.
Okay. Offer VMers for non-union staff. I am also in favor of this for staff retention.
Same.
This is a maybe for me.
It's a maybe for me, but a slightly stronger maybe because it's a lower cost.
Agreed.
Okay, increase the council stipend. So we actually haven't discussed this since it was brought up to us by a member of the public.
Yeah, so stepping in, I guess, as the person who is not up for election or currently on, I want to particularly advocate for this one. This, and I'm kind of lumping with it, if folks would excuse me, the commission stipends, because I believe that they are both aligned in the same way. And in particular, I was looking, at our assessment worksheet, and some of the first questions to clarify purpose are, what is the purpose, what does this seek to accomplish? And this is very much around equity. We have a lot of, at the state level and looking at some of our neighbors as well, a lot of folks have looked into and have findings that this helps with equity. Not a lot of people have actually acted on that, but it does feel really important that it is a continuous issue raised, especially in Vermont politics. Another piece I was thinking about is, does it address items on the equity audit? Which it does. One of the primary themes is theme 4, lack of diversity in the city and school district workforce. I think thinking about leadership as part of that workforce, that is really key. Again, I can share some of the evidence that folks have pulled up around this. And then our question C, and just clarifying purpose, is the purpose of this proposal to uplift communities most adversely impacted? And that's a firm yes with this. So it's recognizing folks for their work. It's hopefully providing funds that will make these positions more accessible to more folks. And happy to go into more detail, but I know this is something that's come up in conversation in the Inclusion and Belonging Commission. It's come up from time to time with council, I think with members of staff too, of just thinking about how to make this equitable. For folks who aren't aware, a reminder, current stipends for city council, each member receives $1,500 each year, and the annual stipend for mayor is $1,700 each year for a significant amount of hours each week, each month. So just acknowledging the amount of time that goes into that. And we've talked a lot about when these meetings happen isn't always very easy to access, especially if you have childcare needs or are working shifts outside of kind of the regular 9 to 5. So having some way to kind of compensate either missing a shift or covering childcare, I think, or elder care is very key. All right, now I'll stop.
Aurora, I appreciate you doing all of that research. I don't know if I've seen the same studies, but I've seen studies in that vein. The awkward thing, I am in favor of increasing the council stipend, especially after we learned from former Mayor O'Brien that the number was created when he first joined council some 25 odd years ago. If we look at just adjusting this to inflation, the current amount doesn't even still come close to where we would actually
What would that
be at. I'm not good at math, but I know
I wasn't sure if Angela had it, and if you talked to her about it.
No, Mike O'Brien had raised it with me, but I don't remember the number that he told me that it was. For the commission stipends, I also agree. I think it's important to give some financial assistance to our commissioners. I do wonder if, I think this is doing $50 a commissioner. Sorry, what'd you say, Angela?
Yeah, it's $50 a commissioner per meeting.
I don't think any number really compensates for the amount of work, but I do wonder if going into the first year, if we came in at a lower number.
I was also wondering about a need-based method.
I don't particularly like a needs-based method.
Agreed.
Just because I don't you know, if, for example, if you asked me right now, like, do I need the council stipend to go up? The answer is no. Do I think that future councilors deserve to be paid more money? Yes. So, if it was need-based, I necessarily wouldn't ask for it, but I don't think that is, I don't think that's fair to that person who would not need to ask for a needs-based payment.
It often becomes a barrier, I think the intent is good, but it often becomes a barrier, but even just of like feeling of comfort or embarrassment of having to be like, no, I do actually need this.
Right.
So
And
automatically.
I would be more comfortable at a lower number than, as Thomas proposed. If
I
we're-
had liked the, oh, sorry.
And no, I was just saying, if it's best practice not to do a needs base, which, fine, I'm willing to move on from that and say like, does it make sense for a first year to move to a lower budget number? I support having something for the other commissions. It's actually made me really uncomfortable not to have anything for other commissions.
Right.
But, you know, kind of curious of how it will play out. I don't feel, for someone that likes to have a lot of data-informed decision-making, I don't feel like I have a lot of insights as to how that's been going currently to help gauge like what to expect. So
How it's been received, you mean, or how?
Just how it's been, how many years? 2 years, 3 years?
It's been about 3 years, with Inclusion and Belonging having a stipend. And from what I've seen, I think there's the balance of like, it has legitimately allowed people to feel like they can apply and be a part of the commission.
Excuse me.
I will always put the asterisk that $50 a meeting doesn't solve systemic inequalities.
No,
So
absolutely not.
there's always going to, I think sometimes there's going to be that higher turnover. However, I do know just from speaking with commission members, like this has allowed folks to participate.
And kind of at the very least, I just think it's like an appreciation for the role.
I think we're all on the same page, just to say like, are we good with a yes of some kind?
To throw another one in, I wondered how, in the inverse, an opt-out program?
I was just gonna say, I like the terminology of accept or reject,
Yeah.
where like it's not, this is the terminology that the airport commission uses. Like when I joined the airport commission, the language was just very, like in a loving way, but like stark. It was like, there is an offer of, I think it is $50 per meeting. And it was like, do you accept or reject this stipend? And it didn't feel, it was just felt very like businessy, if that made sense. And I think that doing something like that, like you can accept it, you can reject it. And so I think that could be like language that we could potentially borrow, just to piggyback off what Councilor Goodrich was saying.
That's
Were you
fair.
gonna say something else?
No, just that, you know, I think that might remove some barrier if it's like an easy thing rather than like a discussion or public knowledge. It's just an easy opt-out if you don't feel like you need this or you've been doing this or you're in it for the love of the game, you know, then it could be a compromise.
Yeah.
I think with that, maybe considering that and still doing 50, because that would be, I mean, equitable considering what we've given for the stipend. And it sounds like if that's also what the airport commission offers, like that puts us in alignment with both internal and kind of external to us.
I will add that we have made a number of changes to commission oversight management over the last year, 2 years. Yes?
Sorry, I just don't know where you're going with that.
Okay. So just essentially like, in terms of turnover, it's more likely that we will see higher turnover on some of the commission seats, or the work that we've done to try and attract, you know, financing is and funding is one element, but I think the other changes we've made additionally will help increase. I mean, for lack of not being able to have, you know, I think there's no time of day that's a good time of day.
Yeah.
No.
7,
That
30,
is a
6
fact.
p.m.,
That is a fact.
4 p.m. I think there will always be some conflict.
Yes.
for folks, regardless of the day of the week and the time of day.
Yeah.
I think that's just the nature of like, it's hard to schedule with groups of people.
Yeah, no, yeah, and I mean, I think my thought on, on both council stipend and commission stipends, I don't think we're ever, I guess I shouldn't say that. At this current moment, we're not suggesting to provide enough money where I think we make it worth somebody's time. To me, this is purely a matter of, thank you for the work. Here is some cash for doing said work. I don't think $50 does it. I don't, like the amount that we get paid certainly isn't why we all are sitting at this table today. But I think that acknowledge, in the council place, the amount of work, from what I've heard from other councilors, that councilors in 2026 have to do versus councilors in the year 2000 have to do, the workload has increased, and the asks from the community partners has increased. So, I think, our stipend may be, trying to tie it a little bit to what we do. The commissioners, I think that's always going to be hard to recruit for unless we were talking about some serious money, which, we're not talking about serious money here, and it's already $21,000. My thought in suggesting less money was purely knowing, one, $50 doesn't cut it either way, $10 won't cut it either way, I'm not suggesting that low, but $21,000 is a hefty chunk of money for us to put towards something the first year. My caveat would be, again, our council stipends haven't been changed for 25 years, so I would like to say, if we come in at lower than $50, that we say, if, for this to be reviewed by a future council no later than 5 years from now or something like that, so that it's not something that just sits forever at the current numbers. I would also suggest similar language or similar suggestions for the council stipend that it not go another 25 years before it's changed.
I guess, sure.
Michael Brand also suggested, I think, going up by COLA, which, just to put on the table.
Yeah.
And another, I'm not actually advocating for this, but again, for more information so that you can make an informed decision. The committee member stipends around Chittenden County has been $50 for a long time.
Okay.
And so there's actually some movement to making it 75. The CCRPC is moving in that direction.
Yeah.
So just, again, I'm not actually advocating, but more information since you're referring to
more
what other
information is always
communities
good. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's like $50. When I was on Safe, Healthy, Connected People, if I got $50, that would have been pretty nice. I think it's a motivating number.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons that I would particularly say $50 is, again, thinking about, is this covering someone to have childcare for an hour and a half? Like, more money towards that would be like $50 an hour and a half. Thinking about, is this covering getting dinner so you don't have to make it for your family? Is this covering, again, like missing an hour and a half of work on a shift? So I do think the $50 is like the lowest that we should go.
I guess I want to add on to that and say, like, here's where I would want just some additional information of like how it's been going the last 3 years is like, so on CSWD, the Chittenden Solid Waste District, we have community cleanup funds. So that is allocated, an amount allocated for all municipalities through the year, but only a subset of that actually use it. So based on the information we've had for the last couple of years, do we need to allocate the full amount for all seats and alternates? Or is it possible to use the data that we had to say, maybe only 50% of the current commission is actually claiming that, instead of saying we can keep the $50 per commissioner with the anticipation that 50 to 75% of the folks that have access to that would actually accept it, to use that language.
So I couldn't say what the other commission's acceptance rate would be. Most of inclusion and belonging, especially in recent years, has taken it.
Okay.
But what we could do a data crunch on is participation, because sometimes we don't even make quorum, not everyone goes to every meeting. So
Right.
we could generate some sort of estimate based on that, if the council needed that for decision making.
Yeah, and I don't know, like recommending, I know that it's best practice to budget for the full amount. But I can say we don't usually use that full amount exactly for absences,
Yeah.
for when we're down a commissioner or two. I will put that out there as well.
Yeah, that's a good point, because they're not getting, it's not $50 for every meeting, it's $50 for every meeting we attend.
Correct.
So it's just,
There's
I guess
savings on
what I was trying to
finance.
say, like, is there room in here to achieve the, like, is there a way to navigate getting this line item a little bit lower with data that we have, or, you know, the realities of how it's been going,
Yeah.
while still, you know, maintaining the, like, we would like to keep at a $50 level from the sound of what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
We can
Are you
always come
able
back to it.
to create that data before our next meeting?
Angela?
And is it from you?
Actually, it's not just on Angela. She does inclusion and belonging, but we'd have to get attendance from all of the commission liaisons, staff liaisons.
We should be able to get that from minutes, and be able to pull together a rough estimate of, attendance versus seats, throughout a year.
Can do that project that isn't you?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Looks like we should be able to get that.
Okay.
So again, I'm trying to navigate, like, are there avenues, this is, you know, line, you know, 5 lines in, 6 lines in or so, to a rather long list of desires, so we can't fund everything
Well, we could.
without having a 40% increase.
Well, it wasn't 40%, so.
If we're being exact, no, but it's just shy.
Yeah, it's just sad. So I see Angela making colors. Am I hearing a yes for council and an orange on commission stipends while we wait for that data?
I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay. So in between those two things, we have the equity director at $140,000. I appreciate you continuing to put this in here, Elaine and Angela. Currently, unless we go through this and things drastically change, with the shared equity position that is coming on board, or has come on board, and continuing to not hear grave concerns from the city manager in terms of equity-related discrepancies in city staff, I'm going to recommend, my recommendation would be that we leave this on a no, or move this to a no.
I would agree. I'd like to see how things go at CCRPC. Again, with the continued goal I would like to continue to see it as a line item. And like, let's not forget that that's a desire.
Yeah.
The Friendship Fair, I will need a reminder on this one.
There isn't a lot to actually say about it. So the Inclusion and Belonging Commission had this idea, and I have, to be very clear, I have not suggested, let alone committed, any city resources to it, because for this year, we don't have any capacity. So I was waiting to see if they were going to be able to do it as a pilot.
Yeah.
I think it's planned for this fall, and it's still to be determined whether they can make it. If it is, the way they've conceptualized it sounds like a great thing for us to do annually. Winooski has had annual celebrations in the past.
Yeah.
So this was, for me, a placeholder to try and see if we could have this other way to bring community together that, for all of the amazing stuff that downtown Winooski is able to do, sometimes it's not very ethnically diverse. So this, I was looking to see if this was gonna be another way to draw community together in a different way.
So do you not think this is, like, even if we voted to include this, you don't think they're at a point, I guess an Aurora could help with this, are they at a point where they would use that money if we created it for them?
Something I wanted to float, especially with you, Elaine, I was really debating this one. Is there a chance this could be something for reserves, and then if they're able to run it this year, then it can be on the next budget? Because I think I have some similar concerns, especially in trying to get some more data before we make the budget. Just especially because I know Ruth was kind of taking a leadership role and she is now on maternity leave, and that she might have some other considerations or details to include. I don't know if that would be comfortable.
Yeah, there's a reason why it wasn't in my budget, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Aurora, does I&B ever do a joint meeting with Safe Healthy Connected?
They haven't yet, but that could be.
I think it might be a good idea, because
Yeah.
just before I transitioned out of Safe Healthy, they were talking about wanting to do an annual gathering of sorts with the community. I don't know what you all have been talking about, but Safe Healthy had been, it was kind of in the realm of like a big community potluck type of thing. So I think the two commissions meeting could be beneficial.
Yeah, I think that sounds great.
I have heard how loaded your IMB agenda is.
I know.
Yes, yeah.
But this is something that they have pretty high on there, and there's some really good excitement around it. It also feels a bit like doing some more work from the equity audit findings, like that's part of it as well, so.
And maybe it kind of sounds like it's one of those things where like they just need that like extra jump, and maybe some assistance from extra eyes and hands from Safe Healthy could help out.
Yeah.
To move it closer to that finish line.
Yeah, I can definitely check in. Al, maybe you and I can check in with Jenny and Ray.
Yep.
See, yeah, love that.
Great. The next line is the management fellow. So this was discussed, I think, very briefly as somewhat of a role that could assist the city manager as well as some of the other director level staff. I don't believe you presented this in your budget to us, but I know at least in our weekly meeting, I had brought it up once, and I think it had been brought up by some other councilors. $104,000 is what the budget is looking at here. I'm assuming that's would be a full-time position. The councilors have questions about that, seeing as we didn't see it in the formal presentation.
I submitted a number of questions.
Is there anything you would like to ask for public record, Deputy Mayor?
Most of the questions I had aligned with Bryn's of just some more information on exactly what that looks like, because it sounds like it could be really useful, but I do feel like I don't have a full sense of the scope of that work.
I would like to see this built out a little bit more before kind of agreeing to funding it. I think having the additional capacity could be really beneficial. Honestly, we've been talking about like even a grant manager. So I don't know that this would be able to fill that need, or whether or not it makes sense for this role to be assigned to any of that. But I think, I think I can get to a yes. I just want a little bit more information.
Is that something you think you could bring more information to our next meeting with?
Seeing as how I basically have 2 days to do it, no.
Okay.
And honestly, again, I'm okay with that, and because there's other things on this list I would advocate before that one.
Okay.
For this year, yeah.
I do want to, I do think that this is, I don't think this is necessarily the proposed title of this position either, but I do think it's something that we've recognized for a while. May it be during this budgeting process, during the annual check-ins that we do with the city manager. I think we have noticed that there is a need for a supportive role to the city manager, maybe exclusively, but I appreciate the fact that you have, when speaking about this non-existential role yet, have wanted it to also assist other members at the director level. So I definitely think it's something that I'd love to talk about more. If we're not going to do it this budget, I'd like to see a formal presentation for the next one
Appreciate
to
that.
whoever that council may be.
Yeah, it was very much one where I'm like, I love to see this here. Also love more information.
That's fair. There's not much there.
Any thoughts from
No,
each of you?
very aligned.
Okay.
Yep. very aligned.
Translation of documents, $6,000. I think that's very important.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I was especially thinking in combination with adding additional commission stipends, we might have more people interested and able to be a part of commissions. So kind of goes hand in hand with being able to translate and maybe interpret as well, but especially translate some of that communication around commissions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hearing agreement all around.
I think, for me, hands down, yes, because it's something that we've been advocating for many years, 4 years. Quite a while, and now that we have the procedure, I think like we have the direction, we have some structure. Let's ensure that there's some funding in place. I would also love to just kind of state up front, having data collection around this would be very beneficial, similar to some other things that we've noted as areas where we want to have some intentional improvements and measurable improvements. So I think as we move through this throughout the year and towards next budget season, it'd be great to see like a similar summary of how that went, where we fell short, what didn't get funded, where hard decisions had to get made, things along those lines.
Yeah, and similarly, that's why it wasn't in my budget, because we have no idea how it's gonna go. So it seemed silly to ask for this amount this time when we had no idea, because we do have a healthy fund balance that we could go into if we needed to. And then that would be the data that I would
Great.
want council also to have next year.
We do have some translation money in the budget. This would be doubling the existing budget that we have for translation.
Great to know, because it did look like it might be a little low,
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks low, but
but it's
yeah,
good to know
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
context. See, context matters.
See, that's, when I saw 6,000, I was like, that's a deal. Great. Okay. Change one is.
Paul actually has, he would know.
Oh,
so
sorry,
it's on
Paul.
his hand.
Go. Yeah, Paul.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I was having some
Yes.
mic issues before. Yeah, okay, good. That, Elaine, remind me again, how much of that 6,000 is for the current list of vital documents for just written translation?
So the way I recall us talking about it is that I thought our current budget might be enough for the current list, but not, actually, no, I take that back. We were gonna stepwise it, so I think we were gonna see how much it was gonna burn.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and that, we got a rough estimate around, the list of vital documents that we put together for the procedure. So if we're talking about, putting together different documents or different needs, we'll have to just figure that out. Just want to make a note of that.
Yep, which is part of the data tracking and what goes unfunded and the reasoning for it.
Paul, how much more work does that need to get at a number, or do you already have it and we just need to look at it again?
You wanted to see like a phased approach for vital documents, not just all of them at once?
No, all of them at once. Do we already have that number?
Yep, we already have that. That is, I'd have to dig that up. I don't have it right in front of me, but we do have that number.
Oh, wait, let's get it to council in time for the 26th then.
Sure, sounds good.
Changing one assistant clerk to assistant clerk 2. My question on this is, would that clerk receive a wage increase with the grade bump that was proposed in your budget, Elaine?
Yes, Angela?
So if they remained an assistant clerk, they would be a grade 2 position receiving the step increase. The assistant clerk 2 has additional responsibilities and is actually in a different grade.
Okay.
So
That's
this
good
would
to know.
represent somebody being promoted essentially.
Okay.
and create a tiered structure in the clerk's office, promoting a path of progression in the field.
I know that the clerk's office, I know it's difficult at times to retain employees due to the pay. It's a lot of work and a decent amount of pay, but not a ton of pay. So I am quite intrigued by this line, I think. Yeah. I don't know what you all are thinking about this.
I feel similarly, but I think I'm also stuck on there maybe being other positions I'd elevate before that, which is not to put down the clerk's work at all. That is some of our most essential work. But I know that there have been longer asks that I want to keep in mind too.
I would say I want to see how other things shake out.
Okay.
I also want to revisit the previous presentations, so it jogged my memory.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on then. Fire moves 24 to 48. It sounds wonderful, but not right now at 500, almost $600,000. NFPA level physicals, $5,700. I'll need an explanation on that one.
Yeah, I don't know that we've actually presented that to council. John, you want to jump in here? Audie? Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you. So by law, whether it's volunteer, paid on call, or full-time fire staff, there is a NFPA level physical that's required.
Is that National Fire
Protection
Agency, yeah, association. So it's a national standard that's set. And again, it's been adopted by the volunteer ranks, the part-time and full-time. We learned this through doing, we have been doing general physicals for paid on call. We learned by doing those physicals, it was kind of went through a process in which an NFPA level physical would have identified, possibly identified some things that would have gave us as both the employee and the employer some room to navigate or understand before employment agreement. Again, it's law. It's really law. So our previous general physicals were like $300. These are $1,900 a piece. So that's trying to identify it and call it out. And this is like in the last 60 to 90 days, kind of learning and understanding this. That's what's kind of new.
$5,700 doesn't cover everybody in the firehouse.
No, so this isn't retro. This is any new employees would have to go through this.
Okay.
This is would be our new kind of standard, if you will. Put it in perspective, we hired 8 last year. So if you do the math at $1,900, it's almost $16,000.
Yeah.
So it really will absorb what we can, but we're trying to capture some of that back, obviously, out of operating. I can't, the fire budget can absorb $16,000 for sure.
Right. Okay, so given that this is something that is federally required, if we weren't to approve this, you would just have to take it out of your existing budget and move that money somewhere else. Okay. I mean, if it's nationally required, I would be approving of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Where am I? Repurpose regional dispatch funding for 5th dispatcher. I feel like we discussed this even before the budget session. Of something that.
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
I'm curious, would adding a fifth dispatcher result in any savings?
I don't think so. You wanna come up?
Probably not overall. Probably not overall, but what it would do would cut back on significant overtime expenditures that we see right now. When we are at 4 and drop down to that 3, which we're at now due to a health issue, that's where a significant portion of our overtime goes, is covering 24-hour dispatch.
Okay, so just to reiterate, it wouldn't be cost savings in terms of annual salaries, but it would help mitigate overtime pay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And this
It
was the
also
money
help
that,
with retention.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. How many, so just adding a follow-up question, how much turnover has there been with dispatchers?
We keep losing the 4th.
We keep losing the 4th. Yeah. So we've hired in the last 3 years, we've hired 3. So I would say 1 a year.
Yeah.
Okay, helpful, thank you.
Thanks.
And this is the money that we've continuously held for regional dispatch.
For the admin position.
Right.
So that's what this repurposing language means, yeah.
This would be the amount needed in addition to that funding for a fifth dispatcher.
And the dispatchers do all of the well, not all of the admin, but a lot of the admin work.
Right, correct, yeah.
From my understanding, also hearing from Chief Audit too, that this, it sounds like this would be very beneficial, especially, well, it sounds like that we don't, like, it's not happening to really get that regional dispatch,
Right, yeah, so, yeah. It will also help address the dispatching issues that regional dispatch was supposed to address.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, and I do think there is something beneficial to, I know it's also beneficial to collaborate with other people, but I think there is something beneficial about having us hire this person.
Correct.
Given,
I agree.
yeah.
Also agree.
Yep.
Yeah. Great, so I think that's a yes. The next 3 lines, restore PD part-time officer budget, 16th police officer and 17th police officer. Chief, could you come back up? So as I alluded to, I had a very different discussion with finance because of where I thought we were. You and your predecessor have quasi-asked, yet never formally asked for additional police officers, and I think that's always been, 1, in understanding the tightness of budgets, and 2, that you hadn't been fully staffed. I was at a meeting very recently where I was screamed at because of speeding issues. So a question that I need to know before we talk about this is, now that you're at 15, what will traffic enforcement look like, and what would it change to in 16? I think we all receive a silly amount of email asking for speed bumps and traffic calming on everybody's streets, and those items are valid, and especially the traffic calming, but we can't put a speed bump on every single street. But can we dedicate more time to speed patrols so that we can see which is like between number 1 and number 3 top complaint of Winooski residents
And businesses.
and businesses
Right. Yeah.
is speeding in the city. I'd love to know what that will look like with 15 where you're at now, and what that story would be with 16, possibly 17. And I will say, 17 I think would be a lot for the moment, but I would like to hear about 16 for
I think
sure.
16 would be a lot for the moment too. Yeah, so when I gave this presentation in 2023, when we had an ask then, a lot of the feedback we got from council was, we don't know what 15 would look like data-wise, because we just haven't been able to get to that point.
Yeah.
We did spend a large part of the last 12 to 18 months close to that 15 or at 15. And in the budget presentation this year, we were able to really collect the data on what we were able to do with 15. And it showed we were able to increase some of that proactive police work, particularly directed patrols and traffic enforcement.
Yeah.
So with that 16, that's just gonna supplement those numbers that we were able to put together last year.
Yeah.
I can't say, well, we'd be able to increase to 50% more traffic enforcement, but yes, a big portion of that 16th officer would be dedicated to 3 people on a shift, therefore 2 for calls, 1 for traffic, direct patrols, all those proactive things that we want to do.
And that's the thing that I keep finding as I explain to Winooski. I mean, we get the time-old assumption that we have the same sized force as Burlington, which just isn't the case. But when I explain that, well, we've got 2 officers on, if they get a call, 1 has to go, 1 may have to join if it's a particularly intense call, and then nobody is driving around the city doing the work that I think so many residents want to see. I also am remembering now from your presentation, like, you know, we had asked about last year about increased foot patrols as well, just for that community building aspect, and as well as doing those community events where the police force is interacting in positive ways with the community. And although you had some, you weren't able to do as many. So, I mean, I think for the police force that we actually want, that isn't just purely responding to things, I would be inclined to look at doing a 16th police officer, not the part-time or the 17th police officer. But I think if we actually want the outcomes and also maybe alleviate the ask for traffic studies, you say, but like people's concern is speeding. People speed down like my street consistently. 2 people got a ticket on that street, and we saw for months almost no speeding happening on the street anymore. It doesn't solve everything, but when Winooski is known as a town you can speed through because there's no cops giving out speeding tickets.
I just don't think it's a 1-for-1.
I mean, nothing is a 1-for-1, but I think
That's just my point.
A certain way of trying to actually get speeders, more than speed bumps are ever going to do,
Like, you're
is
not-
giving people actual tickets for speeding.
I also want to throw in an item that we've talked within the last couple of years about is, where is the city with an investigator? Because I had some thoughts or some impressions that we didn't have a dedicated investigator for some of the
You mean a detective?
A detective?
a detective, thank you.
Yeah.
We have one.
So we have one. We actually just pulled that position to backfill the road because we are, even though we're full staffed on paper now, we have 1 person that's going to the academy. And we just made a hire hopefully today, which will put us at full staff. So in theory, we're down 2 in patrol. So we've pulled that detective position, and starting today actually is back supplementing patrol.
So that's the point I want to make, if I could, at this moment. The 16 is very important because we're usually not fully staffed in a given week.
Right.
So it helps you get to make sure you always have 15 or at least 14. Right now, we're often at 12 and 13. I know a lot of you have heard me say that.
To me, that sounds, I don't know. So from what we discussed with that presentation is, for me, I would rather not put that bigger budget item of a 16th police officer, but I would love to see the city look into this policy of like waiting until someone is fully out the door before starting a hiring process. Because it really sounds like a lot of the issues we have where we have this vacancy ends up being because of, I don't know, we're like, oh, we have to wait till this person's like retired, or they give it, I don't know. It sounds like we could be doing better to like align the hiring process with the timeline of people leaving. So for me, like, I would love to see more data with that full 15, because to me, it feels like we still need like another year of that. But I'd also love maybe to consider, and maybe honestly the HIRS system could help with this, different modes of hiring that would not leave such big gaps.
So and Jesse might chime in here, and I know John has a comment too. The risk of that is until they've committed, they could always stay here, and then we've created a really expensive budget hole. So that's why we're waiting, and so this is actually our way of not waiting, is if you funded a 16th police officer, or adopted a budget that voters approved that a 16th, then we wouldn't have to wait.
We're just making a different budget hole. I guess not, we've budgeted for it now. Now we're budgeting for there to be that hole. So I don't know. Like we're still putting, I don't know, you're still saying that we're gonna, I don't know.
I'm not following.
Like, you're saying that there's still gonna be this money that isn't going to be used most likely. And that doesn't make any sense to me. So if you're saying we're going to have 15 officers and then there's going to be this empty 16th officer, except maybe these tiny little like month overlaps.
I see what you're getting at.
Like it doesn't make sense. Because you're still going to have 15 officers. But we're going to be asking our taxpayers to pay for 16.
It's almost, so.
But not
I think in a
until
way
we
it's
hire
almost
them.
like you're funding an anticipated vacancy.
Yeah.
Is that?
Exactly.
Okay.
I see what you're saying. I do think, though, there are probably still instances where people leave the department not necessarily with that much lead time. You know, I'm sure there are people like any job that would transition out. So I see the merits of what you're saying, but I still don't think we could ever fully address planning ahead for vacancies.
Yeah.
What's the alternative then? If every police vacancy is an hour or is a year and a half gap, when are we ever going to have the money to do it? I'm not following.
Oh, we can't keep 15 officers. We haven't
had
been
15 for most of last year, though.
And you think you would have been able to bring in a 16th police officer before?
I didn't last year, but now I'm more hopeful. That's why.
In 2023, I would have said, and I did say, I don't think we can fill what we have.
Yeah.
In 2026, it seems like that trend has changed, and we've been able to, like I said, the last 12 to 18 months, we've been really at that 15 mark, fluctuating a little bit, but there. So it does feel like we have turned a corner on staying fully staffed.
Okay, that's helpful to know.
And I do understand what you're saying, and I do appreciate, like, how do we prepare for those vacancies ahead of time? And I don't have a good answer for that, but I do appreciate the thought on that.
I know John and Jesse have their hands up. If we could go to John, that's been up for a little bit.
Yeah, thanks. Hiring challenges aside, I think from a community risk reduction standpoint, again, this is your fire chief who's advocating and obviously hopeful to get, the staffing where it needs to be on the fire side. I support the 16th officer because it helps community risk reduction. with the current leadership that Chief Huizinga has set forth and, you know, set as the new norm for us. You know, fire and PD have never, since I've been here, worked in the manner we are. And I think we're both committed, and I know Elaine's committed to that being the future here. And again, community risk reduction isn't just fire, it isn't just police, but it is strong in numbers. And if leadership can have staff that can do that for us, you know, it pays big dividends. We've proved that here in Winooski. And then lastly is, you know, being short-staffed, we do rely on PD to be our eyes and ears, you know, overnights, when we don't have any staffing. Those are the first kind of Winooski eyes that are going to be on an incident, and it's super important that they're properly staffed, to help us, you know, start to quickly and efficiently mitigate any emergencies.
Jesse?
I just wanted to take a moment to add some clarity to the hiring when it comes to police officers. So we can hire essentially, there's two types we can hire. One is somebody who's like a pre-certified, they already have experience. We can bring them in. They are more expensive to hire. The other ones are somebody who's new, someone has to go to the academy. And the reasons why it seems like it takes so long to get them up and running is, Chief, you can correct me if I'm a little bit off here, but there's a finite amount of start dates for the academy. So let's say we have somebody, we've interviewed them, they've gone through the poly, they've gone through the questionnaire, and we want to move forward with them, and we're all set. It might be a few months until they could even enter the police academy. So that's why we have a bit of lag time when it comes to hiring police officers.
Thank you for that.
You're also more likely to get me to yes on this by talking about the detective.
So it seems like if we hire somebody else who can do patrols, the detective can go back to detectiving.
Which is what I'm saying.
Well, obviously, I thought it was
Rather than going after traffic calming.
Well, I'm not going, and we will get to that line, and you will see I'm not going after
One more thing on traffic, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Just one more thing on traffic. With that extra position too, right now, we have a grant, that's an annual grant we get from the state for strictly traffic enforcement, and that covers the officers' overtime just to come in and work those traffic enforcement details. Right now, we really don't have anybody doing that, just because the overtime now is going to covering those vacant shifts or backfilling patrol. So if patrol is stronger on that side, we've got more people that will sign up to do those strictly traffic enforcement details.
I'll see any other comments.
I would say I think this is very important, and I have found it to be, unfortunately, one of the things that I am reluctantly removing when I'm seeing the number creep up. That I think this is really great. I really like to see it here. I think this is a great conversation. I'm a maybe on this.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm also a maybe, but I'm like I feel like I don't want to number scale it, but I'm like higher to the yes than to the no. But I think it's only, I appreciate what the mayor said regarding like traffic calming. I'm not saying it. No one is a here full blown into traffic calming studies, because like I was at the food shelf earlier this morning. Traffic came up. I was at a Safe Routes to School. Yeah, anyway, yeah. I don't know. Yes, thank you. Meeting earlier today at the school. 100% of what we talked about was traffic. And so I think it's also just very top of mind for me right now. And we've also, right, in my short amount of time on council, we've talked a lot about how thinly spread your department is. And so I'm just being really conscious of that as well. And yeah, so I'm just like, the Pisces in me is having a lot of feelings, and I do. But like when you're doing a budget, that's not, there's not a lot of space for that, right?
So dangerous.
So I'm trying to hold space for all of that, and yeah, that's my comment.
And I've had this conversation with Elaine at least once, and with my predecessor many times. I am extremely proud of the work that the chief's predecessor and the chief have done in this department. I am not an advocate for police forces anywhere except for in Winooski. And the reason why I can say things like that, and the reason why other people in this community can feel safe around these police officers, is because, one, we have done an amazing job in the hiring process, which takes longer. There are people that we have turned away. We could have hired people faster, but we've turned people away because they didn't fit with what has been created downstairs. But we can't burn out the people downstairs by understaffing them, because they will then become those police officers that they will either leave to a department that will pay them more money, by the way, which is every department surrounding us, or they will feel the repercussions of a stressful work environment where you're overworked. And we all know how that impacts anybody, let alone when you're in a difficult job that requires you to be very level-headed in some difficult situations. So there are lots of considerations, I think, that we should put into this line item. Again, I'm not advocating for the 17th officer or adding on the part-time officer, but I do think there's merit in, for many community asks that we've all received for many years. Again, asking for a 16th police officer isn't new this year. I've seen that be talked about and not specifically asked for since my first budget on this council. So it seems like we're at a maybe right now, but I'd like you all to just kind of deeply think about those things before we come back next week.
It's also where we've historically been staffed at. So this is recovering a 16th position, not adding.
I think that's a fantastic point that I failed to make. Thank you.
I only want to give a touch point that we still have 20 more items on this list to get through.
Hey, I'll keep you here till 2 a.m. if we have to. But we have all of these items, and I think that these have all come essentially from our conversations during the budget discussion or questions, so I think we need to go through them all.
I'm not saying we don't go through them all.
Okay.
I'm saying, for context, I think we may be at a point where it makes sense to move to the next item.
Yeah. Entry-level DPW engineer. John, was this part of your presentation? Would you like to speak to us more about this?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. I definitely want to go through all of the items.
I mean, that seems like your vibe. I'm confused here. Okay.
So this came up after, I think, budget discussions and seeing that, asking for, not everything, but this position would be in the engineering department, and especially given that we're trying to implement, $70 million worth of investment right now. And to be honest, it's Ryan and I, they're mainly doing it. Plus we're the water department, plus we're the sewer department, plus we're the facilities, plus we're doing just the day-to-day, like buying materials type stuff. We're pretty overstretched. So unfortunately, we have said, I think multiple times, like, Main Street, the bridge, like, and now there's associated other projects between Hood's Crossing, some other GMP work. And we're still hearing, okay, great, but do traffic calming. It's like, all right, well, if that is the ask, we're gonna need some more help. So that's what this position is. So it would be an entry-level engineer position. It would typically somebody that's right out of civil engineering college or some kind of technical degree. They would be supporting the admin, more of the admin position work. So they'd be doing some data collection, GIS mapping work. They'd be helping with procurement and bidding. They'd be potentially leading some of these traffic calming evaluation reviews. And it is definitely a position that would, even with Main Street and the bridge slowing down, it would be a useful position just to continue some of that data collection and mapping that we're trying to get caught up on. So that's kind of what it is. Just seeing like if we're adding more, like we're also gonna need staff to do some of that
Yep.
work.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
I appreciate that explanation. Given that this is entry level, and as we've been talking so much about retention tonight, are there steps for this person to step into in a few years? I know that you said you have some retirements you see coming down the line, but I don't know if they're in engineering.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, that position could either, fill, if Ryan left or Fire left, they could potentially go into those positions like later, later in their career. Or it's a great stepping stone, honestly, for if this position moved to like a private sector job. Our positions are really unique in that you get to see a lot of different engineering, which is great. So it's a great entry-level position because you can kind of get a feel for, structural engineering, geotechnical engineering, water resources, and then see what you like, and then, get your master's in one of those. So.
Okay.
Are these licensed engineers?
No, typically we would like to see somebody that comes out of a civil engineering degree get their engineer in training. It's like the first step in getting your license. It's the first test, but it doesn't have to be a licensed position.
I'm curious, the fully loaded number here of 147, 148, at an entry-level position for an unlicensed engineer?
Yeah, Angela helped me out. I kind of outlined what kind of position, then I think Angela helped with the, yeah.
It's a grade or two below Ryan's current position, who is our current city engineer. But it is still an ops manager level position. If we're going to be asking this person to run projects, they have budgetary responsibility. They would be responsible for coordination of contractors. So they hit a lot of the points in our scoring chart that would elevate them in terms of grade.
And that's including full benefits as if they were
That is
yeah.
full benefits, and we always budget family plan benefits for any vacant position. That's our policy.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's as we ask of more of your department, obviously that means more people. I wonder I'm assuming this would free up some of your time and Ryan's time. I'd love to, and you don't have to go into it now, but I'd love to know kind of more what that would look like. This is, I think I would have loved to have seen this at your original presentation with some more information and time on it. Because I definitely see the merit to it, but it's a hefty price tag, so.
Yep. And, we always go into the internal budget discussions of let's hold 5% or 6%. And it's you don't bring these kind of big costs to the table typically in those conversations because they're not going to make the cutting room floor. I will say that what was presented in my budget, we are obviously not assuming that position, so all of that work would still get done by us. But going to your original question, so we mapping out the projects we have kind of scheduled for next year for 2026, 2027, we've got, 22 projects right now that we are tracking. So that includes, Main Street Bridge the Main Street project, close out the bridge project, all the way down to replacing a pressure reducing water main valve on Weaver Street, which still requires bidding and all the stuff that you have to do. So the intent of a position like that would be that staff engineer would kind of take over some of those smaller projects and put the bids together and work with the contractor and with our support, obviously. There is, first year there's a lot of training involved, somebody fresh out of college or even somebody with a little bit of experience. There's still going to be some training, so it's not going to be, they're not going to hit the ground running, but.
Any comments?
I very much like to see it here, but I'm feeling similar to the police officer, the 16th officer, that this is a large price tag and it's something that has fallen off. But I very much like to see it. I think it's really important, and I think for a lot of reasons that you just laid out, it would be hugely beneficial.
Yeah.
But I'm maybe leaning no.
Okay.
And also thinking retention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Traffic studies, $10,000. There is a huge desire for traffic studies in our town. I would argue more than two. The two allowing $10,000 for 2 traffic studies, is that based on staff availability or just what you thought was the most you should ask for?
Budget, yeah. So there's 2 options. One is to kind of do what we did typically, just do 2 traffic calming studies, we contract those out. They're $5,000 a piece. Or what's on your agenda later is there's the annual Unified Work Plan solicitation from Regional Planning Commission. Traffic calming is, is something they would fund. So the proposal there would be to do probably around 10 traffic calming studies, and the necessary outreach that all entails, plus some concept planning for what that would look like for those, the ones that met a warrant for traffic calming. So that's a 20% city match required.
That's the $15,000 is the next line.
Yep. And so the reason that's on your agenda tonight is the application deadline is Friday.
Yeah. I mean, 15,000 for 10 versus 10,000 for 2. I wasn't a math major, but it seems to make sense.
Yeah.
To me, I would need somebody to tell me why that doesn't make sense. But I am all for traffic studies. I mean, I'll say what I said last year about traffic studies. We can do them, but then if we don't do the work that's in them, it's frustrating. It then ends up becoming a new frustration for residents, a new frustration for us. But we can't do the work without doing the traffic study, as I keep getting told. And so, yeah, I mean, you're going to present more on it, but to me, I'd say no to doing the $10,000 and yes to doing the $15,000.
Can I ask too, if say we don't get that grant, can that 15 then instead go towards? So we could,
our own traffic studies.
So we could get the traffic studies, either way.
Yep.
I would also be in favor of doing the 15 match.
Yeah.
Cross the fingers and the toes, knock on the wood.
I mean, I'm like, based on past UPWP applications, I think there's probably a slim chance that we would not get this approved.
So you feel good, okay.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I will say the one of the other reasons, and I'll talk about it later too, is if you do get asked about why we haven't installed traffic calming. One, we're really busy with a $19 million traffic calming project on Main Street right now. 2, there is some strategy behind it. So, for example, we've done 3 traffic calming evaluations. One of those 3 is still draft, being finalized. So technically, we only have one that has come back with a warrant for traffic calming. And that is on a street that we're still paying debt on because it was reconstructed not too long ago. So, and the other issue is there's 2 streets that this is West Canal. The street just north of it, West Allen, they both kind of function the same way. And there's some really aggressive speed bumps in front of West Allen Park that we're looking at both of those in the same way. They both it's the same traffic that's using those streets. So we got to do something with West Allen, and we have to do something with West Canal. So that's why it's not just we'll just put some speed bumps in and call it a day type project. There's some strategy behind it.
I mean, and for other projects, there's cost. I mean, I think the cheapest LaFountain option was $5 million.
Yeah, it was up there in LaFountain. It's, you know, we need to kind of resurface that street in an inexpensive way to repaint it the way we want to. So that's one of the issues we're running into there. Plus, again, more on the staffing side. Like that's a project. Like that's a ton of outreach, public outreach. We have to bid it. We have to like design it with a consultant. Like it's not a small thing. And right now we could do it. It'd be really poorly done because we're not focused on that right now.
That doesn't sound good. Any other comments or questions on this
So,
item?
when this came up 2 budget cycles ago,
Yeah.
and then again last budget cycle, it was mentioned that DPW staff have the skill to be able to do the traffic calming studies, and that they could utilize the CCRPC equipment. And I've asked twice if we can use their equipment, and during each presentation, they've pretty much said yes. So, what do we need to do? Is it funding this entry-level engineer to be able to get to the point where we're not spending $5,000 per study?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And CCRPC just got some cameras, and that's what we've been using for the study. So previously they were using like tubes. And so just recently they started getting cameras, which are more reliable for data collection. So that's why we've been leaning towards having a consultant do it. So it's even probably more realistic now that they have some better equipment down the road.
Some of the way I've been thinking about it is like, oh, well, once we're done with Main Street, but then there's the bridge. But once we're done with the bridge, there'll be, this community feels like we're heading in a really investment direction.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it's going to stop anytime soon. So I think that's true now, is that in order to internally staff the traffic studies, we would need to beef up the department with staffing.
Yeah.
And I think it's that 2-part item, so it's not just the assessment, but it's also ensuring that there's some funding to scope the project, to actually do the measures that are recommended within that scoping, and essentially just showing up for the community for one of the things that we hear pretty frequently and pretty often. So again, being strategic about that, I'm in favor of.
Could I ask John to, thinking about a little bit about the engineering position, would that potentially free up time for you to look for other grants or do other grant applications? Is that a potential / could they do some of that work?
Yeah, I think so. Like, especially, yes, definitely. Because there's some of the state, like, state grants that are coming out, like PED grants, that we would be competitive for. So yeah, I think definitely it would be.
I had thought about that for the management fellow. It was, part of it could be grants, but I think that Public Works has a fairly, it's pretty specialized. So given the other stuff that person could do, it would make sense for that to fall under that person as well.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks for the context.
Yeah.
Crack ceiling program.
Actually, before you do that, do you want to go down, it was jumping, but since Brim brought up the actual traffic, what did we call it? Calming improvements. John did develop an estimate for that based on the current
150
warrant.
Traffic calming improvements.
Yeah,
150,000.
line 60.
Yeah, and the scope, I don't know what's behind this, but I did put a scope of what that was, and gave it to Angela. So that would include, this is specific to the West Canal Street project. So this would include resurfacing West Allen Street, just to the north of it, eliminating those existing speed bumps. And the reason for that is one of the warrants for West Canal Street that triggered it was truck traffic. So if, I think it's 4% is the threshold. If it's over 4% of the traffic is large 3-axle truck traffic, it triggers the traffic calming warrant. The reason there's so much truck traffic on West Canal is because nobody will go on West Allen Street because of those those really
Yeah.
poorly built speed bumps. So it would be resurfacing West Allen Street, putting in speed tables, which I've talked to our drivers at the wastewater treatment plant, which those are probably the primary drivers that are triggering the warrant on West Canal Street. And that would be adequate for them. And then we would also put in speed tables on West Canal Street. So basically we'd kind of balance truck traffic for those two streets. And you'd have some traffic calming. So that's based on our most recent resurfacing costs and, typical speed table installation.
Are you able to do that with your current team, with all the other projects?
The resurfacing work would kind of roll into our annual paving program.
Okay.
So it'd just roll into that annual paving, and we would just spec out the speed table dimensions. So we wouldn't be doing that work. We would just be like contracting it out.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
One thing that you had mentioned at the Infrastructure Commission meetings is using, I'm not gonna have the correct terminology, but basically like a road width diet. And that you would essentially just simply line stripe parking spaces.
Yep.
Even to have a visual, like road diet. I'm curious, if rather than doing stables on, speed tables on West Canal, would the road diet help, one, do something this coming season, and then two, help reduce this number, and by like, what would an estimate be of how much it would reduce the number?
Yeah, that's the other thing we might include is there's parking on one side of West Canal, the north side. We looked at kind of chicaning the parking, kind of like we're doing on Main Street, to sort of give a visual effect of, not a speedway, a straight shot. So the other thing that we might include with the speed table is at least painting a sort of a buffer line to kind of give a visual effect of a smaller travel lanes, if that makes sense. Just to kind of give some like side friction appearance to drivers. I think in order to figure out what the sort of what that would do, we would have to set up another sort of camera inspection to see if that would reduce. I haven't seen any data that shows like what that reduction in speed would be, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I guess I'm just confused why it was mentioned at the Infrastructure Commission, but it sounds like you're saying you would not propose doing line striping without speed tables. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, I mean, the speeds that we saw, you saw the numbers, it was excessive, like 60 miles per hour down West Canal Street. So
Okay.
I don't think line striping's gonna stop that. I think
Okay.
you have to
That's
put something in
helpful
the street.
clarification. Thank you.
All right. Crack sealing program, $25,000. Sounds pretty self-explanatory, but maybe there's more to it.
Yeah, so this is, eventually we want to get to the place where we're doing more preventive maintenance work versus just resurfacing work. So this is an effort to do that, just to make our payment program a little bit more fully built out. So we're doing, that kind of preventive maintenance.
If we were to fund this but not fund the entry-level engineer, would you still be able to do the work?
Probably not, just because it is a separate contract and it's.
Yep.
Yep.
Should we put it no for now?
I think so.
Yeah.
Can you, John, I think these are all you for the
Yeah,
moment.
I
Additional,
did order them by department.
you know, but it's working out
Well
so
done,
nicely.
Setting us up for success, Angela.
So tree maintenance has
Always.
been something we've heard about more this year than I think I've heard about previously.
Well, you should have come to infrastructure.
True. Kind of glad to see it here, but what would that look like?
So typically we budget, I think we have 20 grand currently budgeted, and that is more reactive than proactive. So meaning we usually get a complaint that a tree looks unhealthy. We go look at it.
Yeah.
We have an arborist look at it and they're like, yeah, it should come down.
Yeah.
And that gets very expensive very quick. So we usually do burn through that 20,000 and with a couple trees, you know, depending on diameter. So I think the intent here would be similar to what we did, oh gosh, I don't know if it was last year or year before, on Winooski Falls Way, where we actually did proactive pruning versus just, you know, being reactive. So this would be separately funded to do pruning, basically.
Okay.
How does this line up with does it at all line up with the seasonal park maintenance staff?
It doesn't really, I mean, only because these are more for street trees. You know, I suppose I could check in with Ray and their team to see if that is something they wanted to look at on the park side too. So there might be a tie-in there where it's street trees and parkland trees.
Yeah.
Especially with ash trees, they may want to look at, you know, what kind of, if they want to save any ash trees or if they want to remove any ash trees in the parks.
This is a maybe.
Yeah, I think it's
Like,
like there's
it'd be
clearly
lovely,
a need if you're spending the money, but as we look for things to need to cut,
I'd like to propose that, again, with tracking and data, that can help inform, you know, what allocations have to be made or, you know, what doesn't get done. So I'm glad there's something, especially since we just updated the tree ordinance like 3 months ago. And being very cognizant of adopting a manual that then hasn't gotten funding until, you know, 3 years later. So I'm okay with saying, like, we can leave this off for now. I would want to just get a little bit more insights of what's not happening and what cost estimates there are, and if there's health and safety elements to it. So I'm okay with leaving this
and
off.
to Aurora's point, I'd love to see if that parks person might be able to dedicate some time. I don't think it would probably be the full amount of time that this would dedicate, but
that's fine.
even some might be better than none.
Right, and that parks position might find a whole bunch of trees where it's like, no, we do actually need more money for this. But I like that idea of getting some more data, especially with that incoming position.
The landscaping contract.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like memory lane. Like issues that were really hot, like maybe a few years ago, maybe still are, that I just haven't heard. So this is related to really the Riverwalk area. So you may have also received this, but we would receive requests from residents in the area to do a higher level of maintenance along Riverwalk.
Yeah.
So the intent of this funding would be to, if we could, piggyback onto the landscape contractor that the Downtown Association uses throughout the downtown, to also do possibly 3 sort of work days for the Riverwalk area, along the whole Riverwalk, specifically where it's like managed landscaping. So in the springtime, go in, do some clearing out, mulch, do a summertime, like, you know, repair, and then a fall sort of cleanup. This would be in addition to the work that the Winooski Gardening Group does down there, and like any parks cleanup days. I know they've done a few down there.
think right now for me, I would uplift like the tree maintenance above this, but that might just be because at least since I've come, I haven't heard any of those complaints, and I do feel like we have, but that, yeah, understand that doesn't mean they're not coming in. Yeah, it just like in the ranking of even just thinking safety, like tree maintenance feels more important than landscaping.
I agree.
Is this another area where the seasonal part-time person could be helpful?
I think so.
There was some discussion of like organizing volunteers, like this seems like it might be an area that could be ripe for that if there was extra hands to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I almost wonder if it's like, could we allocate like $1,000 to the Winooski gardening group and ask them to, because I know one of the things I've spoken with Sue about is just I think they fund a lot of that themselves, which is very appreciated. They get some sponsors, and but if we were able to offer them some money, maybe they'd be willing to expand their volunteer efforts.
Just to complicate the question, I like the idea,
Yeah.
but are they an established organization?
I don't believe so. I think it's a...
No, we're actually their fiscal sponsor.
So how would that work?
Probably wouldn't, at least.
Well, we hold their...
Like, they're not employees.
Right, they're volunteers.
They're not an established organization. How would that work?
So I mean,
Because we hold their fiscal sponsorship, like I guess in theory, we could put the money in there and then ask them to use it for that.
As like a reimbursement? I'm just not following. The lines aren't connecting for me.
They do it as a reimbursement now, so when they have an expense, they'll give us an invoice and we pay it out of that dedicated fund.
Or they request that city staff purchase things on our tax exempt accounts and they charge them to their line item that they have in our budget.
So they already have an existing line item?
Yes, and they have a specialized supply line item in the 400 budget. It is not a budgeted department, it is solely based on donations.
Okay, so what's that tend to be annually?
The donations they received anywhere between $600 and $1,200, but they don't usually spend all of it. They've got a fund balance of around $1,000.
Okay, helpful. I really appreciate all that context.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no for now.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Next Gen 311 services, see clicks fix. That was I loved that idea when it came up. I think I'd want to know, is what we're currently doing working, and does staff think it's not a lot of money, but so if staff thinks this would be like a big benefit, I think I'd be fine with it. If they don't think that it would change too many things, I'd say let's leave it out.
Yeah, and this is year over year too. So, but it's also split between 3 different funds. So this isn't $1,500 total. So it'd be like a third of that for general fund. I honestly, I think it probably would be beneficial. It's beneficial to clerks for sure, because they're taking, they're getting all the calls and then they have to like put it into the service request system. I can share some links. I was looking up other communities that have this just to see what the interface looked like, and it's nice because you can tailor it to the specific items that you want people to comment on. So, if we don't want to comment on like police things, which I'm sure we don't, it just keep it to DPW. We can do that.
Have you shared those interfaces with Jenny? Had a chance to do that?
I haven't. I will send you a link. I sent it to Angela.
Yeah, I mean, like it's not a lot, so I think if it helps, that'd be great. But like for the departments who will see it to agree that they would like it.
Yep.
To me, this is a low enough amount that it feels like a yes, without too much concerns.
It did seem to interest our folks that were here for SWAT.
Yeah.
I don't know if they abbreviate it like that, but
Well,
that's what
I
it's
think-
in my
I think
head.
that works. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. I would say also just looking at efficiencies, if it helps with the ticketing system
Yeah.
and work order system, and that the integration, the back end of things, it works well,
Yeah.
then
That's just-
I don't want to add anything else or add like another portal people have to go to, but if it does truly integrate, it feels like it just
Yeah.
makes sense.
And that's why I'd like Jenny to say it, like it was,
Yeah.
her team's gonna be interfacing with it a lot. and-
Sure.
Yeah, I'm also curious too. I think it'll help with data collection as well, because so a lot of times, like I will, like for example, Thomas, like you got the email about the mirror. I got
Yeah.
that. I put it into our service request system. Our crew sees it. Like they also all have like logins to it. It would save a few steps, you know, where the public could just put it in as a service request, and we're capturing more of those service requests to see like how much, you know, what are the needs and what are people requesting, and then we push it to a work order and like go do it.
I think it's I'm on the Burlington See Click Fix site right now, and I'm just like something I didn't even think about is like hypothetically if like a raccoon or something is like hit by a car, and if like I'm on Dion Street because I drive that street a lot to go to my house, and if like I See Click Fix it, whatever, right? And if I input it into the system, and then if someone comes directly behind me, then right, if we're all calling it into Jenny, or I don't even know who I would call it into. Then if we're all using the same system, then it's just like someone already did this versus 7 people calling the clerk's office being like, and I think that's something, excuse me, and then you can also see, right, if I went to go input it, then it says like, oh, this was actually closed at 9:27. And I think it can just be, and I think, you know, our community front porch forum is very active, and I could see folks really utilizing this.
Yeah, it'll be. I'm curious. I'm
I
interested.
think it helps with transparency as well.
Yeah.
Senior Center Director to full-time. I would like this to be the year we finally do this.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Wonderful. Scholarship funding. Ray didn't seem to. Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Ray didn't seem to like feeling like this was super necessary. I don't know if he's online.
I really like the way that they just
they're doing it
build it
now.
into the budget.
Yeah, me too.
Agreed. Actually makes more sense.
Yeah.
The next 2 items, you know, if definitely they increased the books and periodicals, but he asked for these for FY28, so I don't know unless anybody feels super moved that we talk about them for this year.
No.
But given Ray saying that these are FY28 asks, I feel like we leave them like that.
I like getting it on the horizon.
Yeah. I mean,
I really appreciate that. So.
Yeah, there's part of me that wants to argue for more books and periodicals, but we don't have the space to do it.
Yes.
Well, that's,
so.
Yeah,
and then
so
you have to move them.
That's the thing. Like I would be fine.
They could be all online, which are really expensive.
I would be fine doing it this year, but because Ray was like, I don't have the space for them this year, I'm like, okay, well, so yeah, okay. Cut increase for community development funding.
That is currently set to no.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to leave that.
Same.
I don't know.
Same.
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing agreement. Community and Economic Development Director. So this has been another role that we have talked about for a long time. Finance seemed interested in it. This may surprise all of you, because I think I have been the one who has brought this up so many times. I don't know if this is the year to do this.
I feel like it's kind of similar to or if we're using that same argument against the equity director position, it sounds like we might be getting some more from CCRPC.
Yes, that's my thought.
And we're putting more money into downtown Winooski, who is also doing some of that work.
Those are my thoughts exactly. I see and appreciate the value for both of them. You know, save brain stabbing with a knife and suggesting both of them. And going at that like 34% budget, I would say let's move this once again to a next year ask.
I would like to keep it on the future requests.
Yeah.
I think as we get into the, I mean, looking at FY '28, like bridge construction work beginning, and then 2 to 3 years of bridge construction work, like we're gonna need more help, and our staff cannot handle that, and downtown Winooski with their current staffing levels are not gonna be able to handle that either.
Right.
So I agree, like this, I think it feels like preemptive to pull that on now, but like I also, you know, because it's all about timing. It's like so we have to wait till March, and then the position wouldn't start until even maybe July of FY '28. So, or FY 20, sorry, July 27 for FY '28.
Oh, right, yeah. For next year, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, so not this year, but yeah.
So just, I don't know, thinking about the timing of like, when would we need to include it to have the most impact?
Yeah. You're weirdly convincing me more about needing the engineer position. It sounds like we could get that position up and running in this year and then be ready for the bridge.
Yeah.
Right.
That's interesting. Yeah, so that's...
Because everything's offset.
Yeah, we also do have the community liaison, which we didn't have for Main Street. But we also had Ruth as part of the Winooski Working Communities Challenge, which we won't have for.
But we
so
will
we'll
have.
kind of swap it out.
The V-Trans is funding a position.
Yeah, that's the community liaison.
Sorry, okay. And yet, is that part-time or full-time?
That's full-time.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Promising. Hopefully that can serve our needs as well as, because we will be sharing that with Burlington, so just to call that out.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And
full-time, but with the shared overlap.
And I would love to hope that we get equal attention. And I will reserve some skepticism around that.
I mean, I think I share some of your skepticism. However, our business community, I think, is going to be quite vocal about bridge construction, and the business community most impacted on the Burlington side is one business.
Set of business.
Well,
one building.
One building, yeah.
With a lot of businesses in it.
That's true.
I was surprised about how many.
Yeah, that's true. But I think in terms of like foot traffic reliant businesses, I think we probably have more of the, either way, there's businesses on both ends, but I don't know. I have faith in our business community to make sure that person is paying attention to them.
And,
We'll see
and
what that looks
council
like.
will need to support the advocacy around that too.
Yeah.
100%.
Channel 17 fully supported at $17,000.
I'd love it, but they seem understanding, and that's, I think, a similarly feel with the Parks District of like, I would love to give them the amount of money, but they also seem to get it. So.
I agree. Yeah. I think some of these higher items and elements we've been, holding off on, just rise higher for me.
Yeah. Airport noise mitigation match funding. This is one of those things, I think it's wonderful.
I have so many questions.
However, it's almost like the commission stipend. $50,000 isn't truly going to be enough for what would actually be needed to create this type of program. So I don't think we'd be able to help a ton of folks. Also, currently Winooski isn't in where the airport's doing any of that work yet, I believe. I think
That's
they're still
correct,
in South
right.
Burlington.
Yeah.
So I think that whoever were to manage this on the staff side would be very inundated with requests for not a lot of money. So at this time,
Yeah, so
I
waiting
would lean on our
until-
airport commissioner to continue advocating for Winooski, and not allocate this money at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't actually remember what was behind this number. I think it was maybe the first year I got here. Angela might remember differently. But right now, I'm thinking of it as the strategy would be to put it away so that you had
Right.
more by the time it came
Yeah.
in, because you're never gonna have enough to help maybe even one house. So,
Yeah.
and it is gonna take a while for them to,
Yeah.
to get that program into Winooski.
I'm not.
But I'm not advocating, that's some more context.
I'm not advocating for this, but I think at this time, like, I think it would be beneficial to like hire a lobbyist to try to create money in the state house for this type of work.
And you're not wrong.
To the two, you know. Again, not advocating for that right now, but like, you know, yes, let's, even as we put, if we wanted to start putting money away for that type of mitigation, we would need to get a lot of money to do so.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, but I appreciate seeing it because it's a concern. Nonprofit support, $40,000.
I don't know. There's so much need around management of how we accept requests, manage requests, review requests. I am not satisfied with our current state of operation to get to a yes.
No, I agree.
At this point in
I
time.
think that
Small amount of money for so much
too
staff
small amount
time.
of money for a lot of staff time, and also, I mean, we are a community that could probably use some nonprofit support. So, outside of the ones that exist in our town that have asked us for money in the past, I don't see giving money to nonprofits outside of our city at the moment.
I actually spoke with a Burlington legislator about this recently, and they also raised like a number of questions that felt valid. Like, I think the structure of, if we were to entertain it, the structure would need to be unambiguous.
Yeah.
We probably needed to like go through a policy that would need to go through
Yes.
INB, which again, thinking about capacity for commission side too.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's lovely, but yeah.
On to these lovely green items. City Hall aesthetic improvement, paint and carpet. So, $50,000 is a lot of money that we haven't talked about previously. I will say, similar to city council stipends, City Hall improvements is likely something that Elaine is never going to ask us for. However, as we sit in a building that we are all watching slowly deteriorate, I have talked to some of you, to other folks in general, about a full renovation of this entire building, let alone paint and carpet. I think paint and carpet is probably, given everything we're looking at, probably the most we should be considering at the moment. That said, there have been folks who have raised, as we're doing a renovation of the PD, does it not make sense to probably do a bigger renovation upstairs as well? Would that be more cost effective? Depending on what we do, I guess it would depend on what that answer would be, but I do think that at minimum we should do paint and carpet changes to this building, because at the end of the day, this is residents' city hall, and I think it should look good for the residents of Winooski. There was a comment that you made when we did the hotel tour that like we deserve nice things in Winooski as well, and I think this falls right into that line. I would like to see this happen.
I would like to see it happen. I have a slight concern about doing it now, considering of like if people need to be in a different space. We currently don't have the O'Brien Center. Like, people are going to be out of there. Should we wait until the O'Brien Center is in a better space to absorb staff needing to work elsewhere? That would be my only concern. But there's almost part of me that's like, is this where we put $50K aside? Maybe we do painting and carpet this year, or maybe we save it until we're able to do bigger. So,
like put $50K aside as like an investment towards larger renovations.
yeah, that would be my 2 cents on that.
Oh, and I'd love to Aurora's first point about staff needing to move. Is that something that you would need to consider? if we did carpet
I'm
and
not
paint?
sure if we'd have to with carpet. I don't know how long it would take.
I also want to raise the question of like, does it make sense to have carpet?
Well, so, last I knew, which my information's about, I don't know, 5 years old, what makes sense is carpet tile, which wears like iron and is very easy to clean. This is not carpet tile.
And replace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, right, and to replace. But, yeah. Of course, this would be added to the capital budget, and it would increase the capital budget, which we all know we need to do. And so it doesn't, even though this is like a one-time thing, you're building capacity in theory for the future.
Yeah.
But it could also be one time. I'm not sure when we would do it during FY '27.
Gotcha.
So if we left it as a potential fund balancing, that would give us the flexibility to figure that out. Because I don't have a lot to go on right now,
Right.
and Angela's got her hand up anyway.
Angela.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some feedback about the need to move offices. We have done some renovation work here at City Hall. We had vaulted ceilings previously, and it led to a lot of heat loss. So we've been rehabbing offices to install drop ceilings and reroute heating so that it stays a little bit warmer in here on this side of the building. We were able to do those one at a time because we have roving profiles for all of our server infrastructure. People can work from any office in the building as long as they're on a city network. So we were able to accommodate that and just shuffle people around within this building.
Is that the problem? The ceilings are too high? Is that why we're cold?
It's one of
We, we came through with a thermal camera from the fire department one year, and up by the ceiling, it was like 80 degrees, and it was like 30 degrees under all the desks.
How do I get there?
We also
City
need
Council will
to,
sit up on a platform from now on.
Like Willy
Elaine,
Wonka, we're
we
all
need to know how much a platform will cost.
that would ruin the "you're of the people"
It would,
feel.
it very much would.
So we elevate the entire room.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're
Okay,
digressing.
we're
because it's
digressing.
getting late.
Because
Feel
it's getting
punchy.
late. So 50, what are your thoughts on this side of the table?
I see the need for it. I think it's definitely valuable and we deserve nice things. I don't know if right now feels like the right time for this for me.
I agree. I also wonder, like, regarding the PD reconstruction, like, does it make sense? I'm not a construction person, so I don't know. But
Would it actually be the same contract to do both work? Because I think that
That's
was
what I
one
don't
of the,
know, yeah.
yeah, probably not with.
Do we have carpet tile in the design right now?
For downstairs,
Yep.
we have different models for suggested material, but we do have some down there now.
Yeah, I have not devoted a lot of time figuring this out.
Give you context that infrastructure's had this conversation a couple times. When we met last week, it got rather heated.
Oh, okay.
So commissioners are feeling fairly adamant that would rather have something holistic. Yeah, would rather have something holistic that looks at PD and at least, some light improvements for the upstairs rather than one or the other.
Do we think we could do it in one contract?
One without the other, I should say.
We were just talking about that, so, yeah.
So one option you could do is if you worded the bond vote for the PD in such a way that would include this space as well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Angela, if I'm going off base, but I think you could word the bond vote so that you could maybe even roll in a small amount of money.
Yeah.
It could be a separate contract up here too. You wouldn't necessarily have to use the same contractor downstairs if they weren't doing painting and carpet squares. and then you could just roll it into one financing. Does that sound okay, Angela?
It does, and it is pretty easy. We could, instead of saying a PD renovation, say renovation of 27 West Allen Street, and it would be enough, broad enough term that we could warrant that.
Okay.
That feels a lot better, and I think it's a relatively easy win for folks in the community that are like, just do it all together.
Yeah.
Don't do one without the other.
Yeah, and Justin and I were talking too, like even the estimate that Breadloaf has provided is probably conservative, maybe.
Very much worst case scenario.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
So
said
there-
very much worst case scenario.
Nobody in the audience can hear you.
We want to hear your voice. It's vital. You're a member of our community.
Yes, it's very much worst case scenario depending on what they get into in the flooring and also in the heating and ventilating system.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
So I feel like there's potential there for some savings.
It feels like it makes sense to include it in the bond and look at the space more holistically.
Yeah. So
Is there insulation of the ceiling in the design?
Between the two floors,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know that they're gonna repair the hole in the garage, which is below your office.
Right.
I think a lot of our feet are cold, but yes, definitely mine and Jesse's.
Is that something that we can look at for next meeting?
Oh,
Just
sorry, which part?
your question,
Oh,
answer your
okay,
question.
Yeah, and so Bryn, are you envisioning then, given infrastructure's comments, more than that $50,000?
I think doing, at least something that folks can see and feel.
Yeah.
Being carpet and fresh paint feels like a reasonable improvement. I don't, beyond that, like, there are larger upgrades probably needed. I think that would take more time, that would take more scoping, and I would want to see financing for that, to be honest. Beyond like bond, I would hope that we could secure some grants or some third-party funds.
Given also recent situations that have happened with the bathroom doors and staff being locked inside, is there a way that maybe we could also add replacement of said bathroom doors to the carpet and paint?
That that's an in-house thing.
Okay.
We can just do. Yeah,
Okay.
that's. Yeah, that doesn't have to go to capital planning, but thankfully.
All right. Hey, I don't know what we've got for extra cash, so just want to make sure we can do it.
No, I mean,
appreciate
and
you advocating for staff.
that is a good point of, does it make sense to update the two bathrooms on this side? But I'm not advocating for that, but I will note that of the things that would be more involved, that those are examples of things that are clearly needed and would be more involved.
Bathrooms, insulating, air sealing,
Yes.
ADA access, those three things are things that we know we need.
Some of it we likely could get some third-party funds for, but some of it not.
So if we put like this 50, there's probably not a chance that we'll have a grant, but hell, we could even potentially put that towards as like,
Yeah.
towards grant match, hypothetically.
All right. 1 mile center line mile.
Sorry, so is this intended to be, or you're gonna increase the bond amount? Or a set aside, what's the?
I think increase the bond amount. If that's what we're gonna ask for.
Yeah, increase the approved bond amount. And
Yeah.
then if we end up getting, requesting, applying for less, then all the better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarification question, though, because we've talked about multiple things. 1 mile central line mile resurfacing. I don't know what this is.
So this, we did talk about this a little bit at the capital presentation about resurfacing in our annual resurfacing work. So, for example, last season we did just over a half a mile, centerline mile. And ideally, we're doing one centerline mile to get to a more sustainable return frequency on paving. I did check with our crew about, because it does mean more work for DPW because we have to adjust utilities, and they would be comfortable even if we did go up to one centerline mile.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, and that's the top 3 complaints. So
It's so much money.
it's a lot of money.
So much money.
It's a lot of money, but
It will not get any cheaper.
it will not get any cheaper. It will actually only get more expensive. It's the only way I can justify a large amount of money like that.
No, I mean, I, as someone who puts capital plan together, yes, it's a lot of money. So that's why we usually do, you know, around $200,000 because that's tends to be what fits, unfortunately. So.
Right.
Could we do 0.75 and meet in the middle?
Because we
Does
do
that
also.
alleviate?
I think working towards doing more is better than not.
Because there's also on there, is it still, additional capital?
funding.
Yeah, like I feel like we don't do both of those, if we do either.
I like Elsie's idea of maybe moving closer towards a mile.
I will say, we're using reserves. We're using reserves for a good portion of our paving this year
Yeah.
because we had some.
Right.
So, I mean, I think we even, I forget the number, looking at
Excuse me.
Angela. I think we still probably have some paving reserves and we could try to use more paving
Okay.
reserves. So,
Okay, well, let's move it to a now then.
again, a lot of this is like, we're so focused on Main Street right now. Like the annual paving is,
I keep going
try to
back
get through
to,
it.
you know, Councilor Hurd's question of like, how likely is it that this will be done
Right.
Yeah.
in FY '27?
This is probably not the best year for that, given
Yeah.
everything that's going
So,
on.
thank you.
Yep.
Rapid flash beacon purchase install. I don't know how I look at the community again and tell them we haven't done this.
I see maybe funded from reserves.
for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I truly pay for it however we need to. It's gone from reserves. It's come on here. It's gone back to reserves. It takes forever for the stuff to arrive. So I would really like, however we pay for this, I'd like us to do this so that John can order it and we can wait a year for it to arrive and finally get installed.
I also wonder if we need to increase the amount, given that we have 2 additional beacons that are out at this point.
That would cover the install of, so this is specific to the top of the circle on
Yep.
the northwest corner there. I haven't looked at it in detail to see where we can space foundations, things like that, but that would cover basically 3 beacons along that crosswalk. I don't think we would need additional unless, I mean, we're chasing people for insurance money because
Well,
they keep breaking them.
And
but-
then we don't want, I don't know how much it matters, Angela, about like, if we keep trying to call in our premiums, like how or call in our insurance to cover like how much our premiums will go up, does it make
Right.
sense to also have like not just the install cost, but anticipated repair or maintenance? And I don't know if that should be a different fund budget or what, but we keep having these damaged.
The
Yeah.
RRFBs are not insured property. The LCT acts on our behalf to get funding from other people's insurance companies. But the claims related to any property in the open, like light poles, fencing, or the RRFBs, does not impact our insurance rating because it is not insured property.
Okay.
And how much did we pay and we may or may not get back for the beacons that we just replaced?
So the beacons we just replaced in the bottom of the circle, that was around, I think it was 35,000. Was that roughly what it was?
Yeah, and I believe we settled for 15 with the insurance company.
So I just, like, context, and do you recall where the other 2 are out now? Like, on East Allen, I think one is out, is that correct?
Those, so we have beacons, the only beacons we have right now are on Dion Street at East Allen and then Manso Street on East Allen.
Yeah.
There's one that was struck recently on Manso Street. One of the beacons was
Okay,
knocked over.
that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and we haven't gotten a price on,
Because Eli at Infrastructure Commission mentioned 2. Were both of those knocked, like 2 beacons in the same location knocked
just
out?
one, just one of the beacons was hit.
Okay, what was the other one he was talking about?
Don't.
I didn't
remember
catch
that
it during the meeting. He was talking pretty fast. But point being, does it make sense to try and, in anticipation of damage, having additional funds to repair these things?
I'd be in agreement. I know that.
Well, like, I think, right, the question here is, do we make this a recurring budget item, which would put money in each year, or do we pay it from reserves? It sounds like leaning towards making this a recurring budget item.
I mean, maybe we take the 45 grand from reserves and not a lot of full, like that full amount if we were thinking of doing it on an annual recurrence. I mean, it sounds like we're getting 15,000 from an insurance company when somebody knocks one out, so that leaves us 20 grand on the hook. Like maybe we put 20 grand here and take the 45 grand from reserves.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible that any traffic calming measure could yield a discussion about installing another one in the future. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's probably quite a few locations. Melts Bay is gonna be.
But we don't do traffic calming studies outside of the gateway.
Correct, yeah, so, yes,
Okay.
you're right,
Yeah.
I take that back. So scoping studies is where we would be probably finding locations where those RFPs would be located, and those are typically on gateways. Melts Bay would be the next one we'd be doing, and then collector streets like La Fountain. It wouldn't, if we did a traffic calming evaluation on our local streets, that's the only place we do them. An RFB probably wouldn't be, I don't see that as that's not part of our suite of like traffic calming.
Yeah, it's not in the
programs.
manuals.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, especially that north section, folks really want one there and people keep breaking them, so it's,
Main Street will have, I believe, 2 new RFBs along Main Street at least.
We don't have to do it. I just wanted to call it out.
Yeah.
No, I
as-
think it's great to
Yeah.
call out. I mean, can we, I think it seems like everyone won. Are we good to say we can take 45 grand from reserves to pay for the one on the north side of the circle?
Yeah, and I
'Cause
think I would like to
staff's been
reserve
waiting
any
for us to do
future,
that.
yeah, I think I'd like to reserve any future discussion about how much we're doing annually to see
Yeah,
Get some more
if,
data.
Yeah.
that's still accurate, yeah.
I like that.
One recommendation I make is, so the 45 grand's an estimate for what it would cost. If you're gonna take out reserves, just let me put the bid out and then we'll get the actual
Yep.
price and then do the.
Yeah, the
reserve
price, I
request.
just,
Yep.
just kind of want to, we're in agreement, I think, to act on that item that's been there for a little bit.
So just to be clear, that's not exactly what this agenda is warned for. Plus, I want to make sure that it's codified properly. So,
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I
fine.
think this
Yeah.
is,
For budget, we're not doing it.
yeah.
right, yeah, I understand. I'm just saying, like, if you're
Helping-
expecting that you have now given us this
No,
direction, we
like this
haven't
is
taken it that way.
us letting you know that when you can bring to us a reserve ask for
Okay.
that, and we
All
would
right.
like to see that reserve ask come to us.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And if whatever council is here after March would like to make sure it happens, it should end up on the priorities list.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Back to the
Traffic calming improvements, West Canal.
We talked about that one.
We've talked about that, but,
Is, I guess, kind of circling back to the discussion of would we be able to do the mile resurfacing or additional mile?
Yeah, they're
Would we
kind
be
of the
able to
same.
do it?
Yeah, so it's
Would-
150 grand to the capital fund resurfacing, so it'd go towards that, like, getting to 1 mile.
yeah.
Gotcha. So, yeah, so I guess, are we able to do it this year, or is this something to FY '28?
We could do it this year,
Okay.
with the additional funding. Angela, do you know how much left we have for resurfacing reserves? I know we didn't take it all.
We didn't, I'd have to look it up because it's the remaining Hickok Street funding. I just drew down 227,000, so we have at least 200,000 available in that pot of money, but it may be more on paper because we've had some capital budget for that.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to determine if it's a total 150.
Could we have that by
Yeah.
Friday?
So do we want to put this as a maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A maybe, but I'm scared.
Don't be scared, Aurora. Additional capital funding, reduced use of reserves, $200,000.
I think that's a no.
It's a no.
That's all we.
Yeah, I mean, currently our reserves are in a good standing. If they weren't, I think that would be a different question.
So when we suggested this, it was kind of it was basically in a vacuum, because you had not had any of these other things to consider.
Yeah.
So it was more like the idea was to build it up over
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So if you're doing all these other things, I think it's fair to say it reduces the need for this.
Okay.
Mobile speedometer unit, $6,770. I am actually a no on that. I find people like to race those things. Because I see every speedometer unit I've ever seen, nobody is going the speed limit. So I guess I don't know. If it's one of those fancy ones that tickets, that takes pictures and can be ticketed, then sure. But
So what I've been told is, and recall, is that the unit proposed would do some data collection.
Yes, it would do essentially everything you wanted it to do as far as data collection, times of day, speed,
Yeah.
count, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, as
So
Bryn
we
pointed
just
out,
move it
though,
around.
we could take this out of fund balance too. It's not a large amount.
That's what I was
$7
wondering.
grand. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Angela, correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe we could use asset forfeiture for this too.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the
Done.
answer right there.
And
A win.
I think that's the
Good
answer.
job.
Okay. Sold.
Oh.
One at 9:44.
Can we get two?
Capital improvement plan study.
I don't remember what this one.
It's what you thought it was.
Okay, so if it's what I thought it was, this comes from a while back. It's really for facilities evaluation, a capital needs assessment, not so much a capital improvement plan study. So right now, I mean, I would only recommend City Hall, the upstairs of City Hall and Public Works Garage at this point, because, and basically what what that would entail is going through the facility, identifying the major equipment, identifying the age, useful life, because we don't have a lot of that data. We've gotten some of it through just like some historic records. Now, obviously, we have all that data for like the Myers Pool, and they did that downstairs at PD where they went through and did the evaluation. Fire department, they have funding to do that through the expansion. So I don't think that number's probably accurate any longer, but that's kind of the purpose.
I almost feel like we do the City Hall aesthetic improvement, or we do that capital, do we just, get the info to decide if we need to do the bigger work?
I'd also say if we're funding the entry-level engineer, I want that person to take this on.
Yeah.
Like, after they get onboarded, like, if we move ahead with that plan, like, that would be something like, I would want to make sure that we have capacity there
that's a good point.
Yeah.
We're coming back to that engineer a lot.
Yep. So maybe an FY '28 revisit, or how does that feel, John?
Yeah, it's really, I mean, we don't have a lot of time
That's-
honestly
yeah.
to do it right
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Angela, we are at 15.10% currently.
And how much did we say? We might need a summary of like how much we said we might want to use asset forfeiture and reserves for.
I think Angela made those things knows.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Solid. Beautiful. Thank you.
We have a lot of maybes that we have talked about throughout this time, which will obviously change amounts. Angela, you left the maybes as yeses.
Yes, they're highlighted in orange. They either needed further details or you wanted to discuss further.
Okay.
Can we revisit that on?
Well, I was just gonna ask council can we do just a quick look at the oranges to see I just want to see if there's things that, as we've gone through this conversation, if we no longer need staff to look into, or if we don't need to think about it anymore, or if council wants.
The HRA funding was the first item, but I think that was additional discussion. Wait until later in the list. Beamers for non-union staff. Commission stipend needs additional details around potential utilization. Management fellow, I think you were looking for some information from Elaine on that position.
I think that's a no.
I think
I'm hearing no's,
Yeah,
and I
that would be
agree.
a no for me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
If you say some other yeses, that's all you
There's still a yes on the assistant clerk. That was a maybe, determined based on what other positions might be discussed.
Yeah.
And then 16th police
Yeah,
officer.
I was just gonna say, could we hear from Jenny about that
Yeah.
position?
I talked to the city manager about removing that.
About removing it?
About removing that item.
Okay.
And you don't think you'll have retention difficulties?
No.
Okay.
Not right now.
Okay, so let's change that to a no.
Thanks, Jenny.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know that.
I was expecting you to advocate.
We would we'll probably want to revisit that later.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I see the
Okay.
merit for sure, but
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Jenny,
Yeah,
and I
thank
hope
you.
that the raise with the step 2 will help
Same.
some folks in the office.
Yeah.
The other orange items were the 16th police officer and the entry-level DPW engineer.
Yeah.
And then the traffic calming improvements for West Canal. So.
Could we, Jenny, Angela, can you remove the traffic calming study on West Canal and see what that looks like?
11.68.
That's beautiful as far as I'm concerned.
I'd like it. Under 10 in terms of palatability for our community.
I'm feeling similarly. I think my mind could be changed because a lot of these things are important. But I'd like it
Yeah, I mean, I will make the pitch I made at the beginning of this whole endeavor and why we were shown so many things. We have continued to underinvest in our community for these very fears, which are valid, but these asks continue to come up from our city manager and our director level staff. I believe they will come up again and again until we fund them, or we won't, and we just will not have the benefits of why they did not get funded. But we're looking at about $31.53 a month for the median increase, which is a lot to some, but to many in the city would be palatable. Another thing to remember is some of the folks who have the most economic hardship in our city do receive deductions on their property taxes, particularly our seniors.
That's capped, though.
It is capped, but they're not, they will pay less than $31 a month for these important increases.
Should I know we're not supposed to bring up the school budget. However.
I guess it depends what you're gonna say.
There might be signs point to a possible slight reduction in the education tax.
I'm gonna try not to jump out of my seat for joy. However, I do.
Which, considering a lot of times in the past, we have underfunded us with that acknowledging.
Yeah, I mean, and I think, you know, I don't think Ollie mentioned it this year as they presented their budget to us, but I believe in your first budget, you reminded the council that sat here that this community that councils have historically held back our budget thinking of the school budget, and I think we were tried, you tried, and Christine tried to challenge us to not think about the school, and we probably did. And I would really like to challenge us to do the same thing, because I don't go to every school board meeting, but my understanding is that they have not wondered what we're doing. They have just thought about the community that they have to serve and the services they have to provide. And as a result, we have seen our school blossom and is doing amazing things for our students. And that's because they made the difficult decision and they asked the voter to spend money, and the voter said yes. In that same vein, city councils have for a long time assumed that the taxpayer has a certain limit to what they are willing to give the city, and we have kept budgets low to appease that. Yet we've never, I shouldn't say never, but we haven't in a long time put a budget to the taxpayer that they have voted down and told us that we're asking them to spend too much money. So we're assuming this on something that's never happened before.
Just context helps.
Context.
So in terms of of the eligible voters in Winooski, we have 8 to 12% of the eligible voting population voting on the budget.
I mean,
yes.
yes.
So it is a subset of the whole.
Yes, certainly, but
it's a tenth.
This is your chance to vote on what you're going to be taxed.
I'm
If
just
you don't
saying
show
for
up
the
to
context.
vote, I can't control that.
And there's many reasons why there's voter suppression. There's many reasons why people don't show up to vote.
So, I mean, certainly, we make voting in
just saying
Winooski
context.
pretty easy for folks.
Just saying
Much
context.
easier than in many other places.
I agree.
I don't think that people who are not showing up to vote is something that we should put into deep consideration as we're establishing a budget.
I would also note that there's been an exceptional amount of comments on Front Porch Forum and to council and staff about the hardships of year-over-year tax increases.
Certainly. I mean, I also think people want these services. People ask for more services, and people will always complain about taxes. I've frequently noticed that some of the folks who start that conversation on Front Porch Forum are people who do not support many of the city services that we offer. And when they're talking about what they would like to see in taxes, they are talking about huge cuts to servicing and to staff. And those are, if we want to have that conversation to appease that type of voter, that is an entirely different conversation than we've had ever, really.
And we're here to serve everybody in the community.
We certainly are, and I think that's why we have to provide services that make sense to people. I think, and the two of you can attest to this, I think I've been a fiscal hawk of sorts since I've been on this board. And there's a repercussion to that. And that we have services and we have staff roles that we haven't filled. Even at 11.68%, we're looking at staff roles that I don't think anybody here has said they don't think is a good role that we should have. We've made some cuts. I'm happy to look into making more, but I think focusing on we shouldn't be over double digits Sure, but what does that mean? What do we want to cut to not be over double digits?
Well, you're starting to use the cut word when really we're looking at additional
Sure,
items.
okay, so what items do we not want to add so that we're not in a double digit?
And I think at this point, it may make sense to like sit and ruminate
Yeah.
rather than to dig deeper and, spin around a conversation that we're not intending to vote on tonight.
Certainly. I wanted to get the conversation started because we do have other things on our agenda next week as well that will take up time.
We do.
So I wanted to use some conversation time tonight, but if everyone is spent, we can also call it and have a longer meeting on the 26th.
I see both sides of this. I do want to throw in like one extra argument that while people might come out and vote in support of the budget and they might not be complaining on Front Porch Forum, that doesn't still mean that the reality of these increases in dollars a month do hurt people. And like, I think we can all agree that cost of living is really difficult right now. And that even if we're not necessarily hearing from everyone, the decisions we're making will affect them. And I think that the bottom line is something we have to keep in mind.
I will say when we talk about it will affect them, whether they have these services or not also affects them. So like that is, we can't, that's both sides.
Yeah, no, and it is the difficult work that we have to do. Is this that, like I said, $1 increase in somebody's budget will be too much for somebody. $300 will be fine for somebody else. We have to find that balance. We likely will all have different thoughts on where that lies, but we started at a hypothetical $100 extra a month for everybody. It's down to 30 something. And again, I don't think we're ever going to do that. However, I think we all recognize that the items that we're looking at are things that we would all like to invest in. We did a lot of work to get to what we're at, and it's not a huge number. It will hurt some people. I totally get that.
For fun, Angela, would you take the 16th police officer off, just for fun?
Just for fun. 10.07.
Angela, for reference, I think that staff engineer position is funded by 3 different departments.
It is not currently designed that way, and we would have to actually go back in if we wanted to divide that position over a couple of other funds and revisit the water and sewer rates as well.
Yeah, the intent would be that position would be cut the same as Ryan and I.
So you were both cut differently, so we definitely need to.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah. That position would do a lot of water.
What's the safe amount to cut or to?
Reallocate.
Yeah.
I would say
Ryan is 40% out of the general fund, John is 25% out of the general fund, Joe is 30% out of the general fund.
What do you want to use?
I would use Ryan's percentage. But I also think that the city engineer position would probably be increased slightly because they would have management oversight too.
Fair enough.
They would not change grade.
Okay.
They're currently at grade 7.
Okay.
There wouldn't be any increase?
No, not unless you wanted to give them an additional step increase. There would not be consideration. That would put the position on par with the director. There were only 8 grades in our pay system, and the engineer is currently at grade 7.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. That takes us down to.
Is that with the 16th or without the 16th?
That's with 16th and just doing 40% of that potential engineer position out of the general fund with the remainder to come from water, wastewater, but we would have to revisit those funds to determine rate.
Yeah.
Yep. Was there another thing?
So it will still hit people's pocketbooks, just not on their
Just in a
tax bill.
different place. I'd honestly rather it hit in the tax than the water, because people complain about the water so
There
much.
wasn't another one that was split between funds.
Angela, could you put the DPW back to where it was? And then can you send this to council saved in this format so that we can ruminate over this before our next meeting?
Absolutely, I made it its own file. It is your 120 council discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna move us on to our next item. I appreciate this activity. I'm not gonna go on for too long, but I'd just like to say, I know that you are all, and I am coming from a place of wanting to help this community. And obviously there's gonna be disagreements. We are 5 different people, but I have appreciated this conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. Can I also thank the chiefs?
Yeah,
John.
thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
And of course, Elaine and Angela.
Yeah.
Item E, discussion approval, Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission FY27 Unified Planning Work Program application. John?
Thanks.
I think you've talked about this a decent amount, so maybe give us the
very
smaller.
short.
Yeah.
Very short. So this is an annual solicitation by the regional planning folks to advance items that are in the sort of regional, they call it the ECOS plan. And typically it's transportation, water resources, planning, land use type projects. We use this funding almost annually. We've done projects. We did the traffic calming manual through that, and some other sort of like water resources projects. So for this year, we talked about the general funds request for the traffic calming. I won't belabor that one, but it's a $15,000 local match, assuming the estimated $75,000 worth of consultant work. And then the other project that's listed here for submission is, it's a regulatory project related to stormwater. So the city has a phosphorus control plan. We have a draft one that's in the DEC. It has not been approved yet. And that is primarily because we have an adjoining individual permit that we've got to clean up. So that is being worked on right now, and once we get the results from that, we have to update our PCP. And so this funding would support that work.
I would say that I support both of these. I think the PCP is important, one, to also ensure that we're funding for the greater context of a number of items on the strategies and priorities call out stormwater items. So to me, this directly ties to that, to the S&P line items.
Yeah, I like this.
Agreed. What's our move? What's our motion? Move to
Approve the application.
approve the applications of the CCRPC.
Yep.
UPWP application.
They basically just need, RPC wants to see that it's gone in front of the
Yeah.
council, and you're generally okay with it before, before the review it.
Well, I will take that as Aurora making the motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Those seconds.
Aye. Wonderful. Thank you, John.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Our last item of the night is our budget outreach. So, this will be a little review for the two of you, but a little newer for the two of you. We like to inform the public about our budget before they vote on it as much as we possibly can. Some things that are already planned. I've been mentioning the budget in the newsletter for a few months now. We'll continue to do that, and we go into some more specifics once we actually have it. Obviously, there's the whole website. The deputy mayor and Elaine will join me on Town Meeting TV to do a presentation of our budget at the end of this month. We have the winter supper that Elaine mentioned earlier, which historically, we have done kind of an event with the school where we've like got up, both done our presentations. Not always super well attended, so staff had a really great idea of having like this lure event, which is our winter supper. And my ask to all of you is to attend if you can, of course. And then I believe Paul, I saw an email, is fashioning some lanyards for us to ask people to ask us questions about the budget. I have a vision that we will rotate being the people who are actually serving the meal to folks. So people will see us, they can informally ask us about that, and we would provide commentary and answer questions. The public hearing at the Winooski School District on March 2nd. Obviously social media, Front Porch Forum, WhatsApp. The WhatsApp, Paul, I believe you manage? Okay, I'm seeing Elaine nod, so you don't have to respond, Paul. As well as he obviously manages the citywide social media and Front Porch Forums, but I would encourage / ask you all to at least make sure that you're sharing social media that Paul is creating around the budget. If you can create your own videos, or we can do them together, or posts, that would be fantastic. And then where our job really comes in is our proactive outreach. So we hit up some kind of standard places. So I've spoken to the senior center. Barbara's going to provide me some days where we can go down. If we, if we can have 2 counselors, that's nice. It's not necessary as long as we have one person there, either Elaine or Angela or both of them will also join us. We also do visits to the senior housing facilities that are in the city. So I'm getting dates from the manager there as well. And then I try to do this throughout the year, and Aurora joined me at the most recent one. We try to go to very informal locations. So restaurants, coffee shops, the library, try to put ourselves into those places where people actually are. And, those get attended at different rates, to 0 to, 20 people. But the more that we can make ourselves available, I find to be really appreciated by the community, even if they don't actually attend. Also, we haven't done a ton with a lot of the faith communities in Winooski, but I'd love to explore that more. Essentially, today is what I'm asking you all is if you are able and willing to assist me in all of these specific outreach items that have already been laid out with dates, but also in helping me to schedule or to give me your schedules so that I can create events that we can do around town. I try to usually do them after most of us are working until 5, so I try to schedule them after work or on the weekend. We have done it where we've done Scout at 10 a.m., the library at 12, and then Monkey House at 6 p.m. all on like one Saturday. I'll probably try to do that approach again, just for our own scheduling too. But that's this conversation. And also, if there are events or communities or folks that you think we could reach out to, we haven't done this historically, but I was also thinking of reaching out to management at Keene's Crossing and at Cascades to see if we could come post up in their community room for a little bit, to just offer ourselves to another large housing complex in town. As I think of that, the mill also would probably be a good idea. Yeah.
Is there a Winooski Winter Farmers Market between?
I don't think there is.
Okay.
I know, Aurora, that would be so perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, it's awfully packed in there.
That's true. And in the past we had attended a few winter farmers markets. Elaine and I one day were there and had conversations with a lot of non-Winooski residents, but they did seem intrigued, some of them. Yeah.
I just want to note, because I'm not currently working a full-time schedule, but I do know, but since, and I would definitely need a buddy because this is my first budget
Yes.
year, but
Yeah.
if Elaine and Angela would be open to it, I would be more than happy, just because there are other folks who in our community who do have flexible schedules, and
Yeah.
particularly I'm thinking of parents who might have kiddos in school or with childcare.
Yeah.
So I would be more than happy to like sit at Specs or Scout or somewhere and do like coffee with a counselor or whatever.
Yep.
And if Elaine or Angela had the capacity to join me during a weekday from like 10 to 12 or something, I would be more than happy to do that. Or at the senior center, right, to offer something. If
Yeah.
a weekend doesn't work for some folks and a weekday does, I'm more than happy to be that counselor who can do a weekday something.
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I think historically we've all kind of been able to take like a lunch break or something at work to run back to the city and do things, but it's nice that you have that availability if this year proves difficult for us to be able to do that. And Elaine, I guess my commitment to you will be to make sure that I get you our schedules and what we are thinking so that you can plan with Angela and other staff ahead of time.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. I don't know if I need to say much more than that. You all seem willing, so I appreciate that. And yeah, it's a really nice activity that we do. I think many times we don't end up getting into like a deep into the details of the budget. So for the two of you, it may not be as daunting as it sounds. A lot of it, I think, is residents expressing what they hope we will do with the budget, and a lot of times there are items that line up, and we can share that with them. But it really is just a nice touch point with the community that they appreciate. The folks I've reached out to already were all super enthusiastic to know that we were going to be doing it again. So
Great.
Awesome. Well, with that,
Move to adjourn.
I will move to adjourn this meeting
Seconded.
at 10:13 p.m. All those in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody.